But the data sets were given to you a little bit staggered. But it's actually it's going to be presented as a whole. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect.
Does Maureen know that?
I think she will in a minute. But the data sets were given to you a little bit staggered. But it's actually it's going to be presented as a whole.
She asked me to start the meeting.
Okay. So now you know it, Sharon. So hi, Sharon.
Does that feel good? I think she will in a minute. Sharon, does that feel good?
Yeah, so the way I understand it, we're actually in the stream. We're going to have Todd's presentation.
So now you know it, Sharon. So
Dr. or
hi, Sharon.
we're going to have first, Amber's first, and then discussion, and then Todd.
Yeah, very similar structure to the last session. Todd, I just want to clarify that is there, because I'm driving the presentation, is there any, do you have any of the data that you want me to plug into, or?
Yeah, if you, and I'm assuming it's in there, I sent the board, I sent you all the data, the slides.
So I have, these are the driving slides though.
Yeah, perfect, and I put a link in that slide 11 also.
Oh, and then you'll just put it out, it'll come out once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect.
Todd, I just want as we get prepared, here's your slide.
Yes.
And then do you want me to go to this?
Yeah, I'll read through 11, just give a quick synopsis, and then we'll go to that, yeah.
Okay, and then so I'll be driving this for you. So just logistically, say, okay, scroll down, or like however you want me to do that.
Perfect. I have Paul and an opportunity for Janelle Cook and Michelle Edwards also, who are going to be coming in and helping out with that as well.
Okay, perfect. And then Dr. McCall is going to be setting that up for folks. We have 15 minutes per group, 10 minutes for data, 5 minutes for discussion. I'll proctor it. I'll give people like prompts in the chat as well, so that we know where we're at. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds good. All right. Since it's 4:46 according to my computer time, I'm going to call the work session to order for the Tigard-Tualatin School District, and this is part 2 of our feedback on distance learning. And so I'm going to hand it over to Dr. McCall.
Good evening, board directors and others. It is my pleasure to, for my team and I, to bring to you what we've learned during our time with distance learning and the impact, particularly on our historically underserved and underrepresented students. And what we want to share with you is not only the academic, but also social, emotional, and what we've learned from our families as well. And so this is the second part. And what I would like to start is with our high school data, and want to call up Director Amber Fields to share with you about high school.
All right, thanks everyone. Before we jump in, can everyone unmute and just give a round of applause for Russ and Michael and Brian, who have led a million things, but most recently pulled off a quite amazing graduation ceremony. So please give them a big round of applause, because they have been doing some absolutely incredible leadership. So I know we only have 10 minutes, so we're going to jump in. Excited to talk about high school distance learning phase 3 and some of our learnings. So this first slide is more around process. And so just so we're clear, high school engagement was looking at two-way communication, passing and not passing data, and then within that, who had missing assignments. And then that was gearing our distance learning teams. And as you can see, this is just one sample template of how they were tracking change week over week to ensure that we were getting students to complete assignments. Can you move to the next slide then? With that data, essentially, so one big honor of teachers and just all the heavy lifting they were doing, especially at that tier 1 level. And then our distance learning teams are responding to that data when seeing who had incomplete assignments and whose needs were not being met. So sort of triangulating that with the basic needs team. And some of the high leverage moves they were making was around persistent phone calls, home visits, which proved to be a pretty, very effective strategy. And big shout out to our multicultural coordinators that had a ton of support and work there. A spreadsheet recording notes about each student's situation, communication with teachers around student progress and the impact of contact efforts, one-on-one coaching, bilingual phone calls, EL specialists along with multicultural coordinators doing one-on-one triage support, and as well as secondary EL specialists hosting academic seminar support sessions. So a lot of, all right, your needs are not being met, and then a triage team coming around, wrapping around to ensuring that students were trying to get to that path place with their work. So if you can move to the next slide, we're going to go ahead and hear from each of our principals, just talking about what did all this work lead to. I will make a quick caveat is I just don't want to confuse the data. Folks worked very, very hard, and we did end up having good results around getting students over that hump. We also grounded very deeply in do no harm and believe that that was the spirit of the guidance. And folks worked really hard to give students what they need. We also recognized we would not cut and paste phase 3 in phase 4, that there are a lot of things around actual ensuring good learning was happening and those pieces. So this is the result of a crisis response and people rallying around that effort. And phase 4 is around true deep learning. So I just want to make that distinction so there's not a confusion of like, oh, right, it worked for all the students. So I just want to put that out there. So Brian, let's launch with you.
Great, thank you guys. I'm going to add a second caveat to that, and we're going to look at some graduation percentages and the number of kids, the number of our seniors that cross that finish line. But that second caveat is that these numbers won't necessarily reflect the graduation rates that will be reported from ODE when we get those next January. This is relative to the students who were enrolled in our buildings this spring. And so had there been some attrition along the way or some other issues prior to this, the overall graduation rates may look a little bit different next year from the state. But for the kids that we had, 95% of the Tigard High School kids have already completed all of their graduation requirements. We expect an additional 4% will make that cross that threshold by August 31st, which is the date that ODE has given us for their completion to be counted as 2020 cohort graduates. And we have a 1% of our students who, even prior to COVID, already had plans in place to return as fifth-year seniors, and a few that had planned to return as fifth-year seniors, but were actually able to earn enough credit to join that, either that 95% or that additional 4% that we're looking at there. In our 9th through 11th grade, pass rate 98%. We are looking at about 2% of our students with what we're considering to be a pre-credit assurance plan. And so there are some plans in the work right now for kind of 3 different buckets of students that will engage in either distance learning or even some potentially on-site learning over the summer to wrap up the work that they had begun this spring in order to avoid having to have a formal credit assurance plan. I don't know if you've had a chance to see the recommended documents from ODE, but they're pretty hefty plans. There's a lot that go into them, a lot of coordination and a lot of monitoring. And so we want to get as many of our kids across that bar and across that threshold before September to minimize the number of those plans that extend into next school year and get added on to everything else that we're going to ask of our students in phase 4. So again, really, really proud of our staff, really proud of their work and their connections. And I see Gigi in the screen and so many others, and Alfonso, the way that they reached out to these families and literally held their hands all along the way in order to get to what I consider to be some pretty impressive numbers.
So I'll just highlight some additional statistics, real similar to what Brian said. Right now we have 97% of students who have completed and are on track and have graduated. We have an additional 1.5% that will do some work over the summer. And like Brian mentioned, we have about 1.5% of our seniors that we're going to come back for a 5th year no matter what happened before March 13th. These are really encouraging numbers. I think one of our big takeaways in working with our seniors this year is just how closely we tracked all this achievement data in the last few months. And we will continue that process next year, even if we were back into a regular brick and mortar setting. So we learned a lot about just collaborating and assigning point people and really aligning all the things we were doing for seniors anyway into one kind of centralized document. And it's the first time I had a real solid sense of exactly what our graduating classes look like, other than the last minute scramble with counselors usually leading up to graduation to figure out what the walk list is. So I do think that those are some big takeaways, even if we were to go back into a brick and mortar situation next year, which of course, we're not completely there yet. Our 9th to 11th grade data is it's funny enough, it's aligned exactly to Tigard's. It did not feel that way a few weeks ago. We had significantly more incompletes at Tualatin when we started running our pre-cap series. But just to highlight something that Brian didn't speak to too much, but that we both agreed on, is that we worked really, really hard with our distance learning teams to develop a pre-cap process, because these cap plans are very dense and require a lot of work. And so we really wanted to catch as many students as we could in the pre-cap process. So we had developed a system of talking with our staff about who are you considering for an incomplete and why, vetting some of those out, having people follow up. But we were also able to look at number of incompletes by teachers and give specific supports to teachers. Just at this point in the year in the same way. And so it was, again, a valuable process, and I think something that we will probably carry forward. I really like the idea of incompletes as an option, and I'm hopeful that will stay a part of our plan in the future.
Hello, good evening, everyone. At Creekside, we oftentimes work with students that are a little bit behind when they come to us, and they often take 5 years to finish, and that's something that we consider to be a success. This year, we graduated a whole bunch of kids, and I think that probably even some that might not have made it otherwise. In this process, we were able to be flexible and work with our students in their particular situations and devise flexible and creative plans to get them there. Our number is already down to 7% expected to graduate by August 31st, because people have been finishing up those carefully created grad plans here the last couple of weeks. And the 20% that we're going to get back, we fully expected to start with. So that's no surprise for us. And of our 9th through 11th graders, our numbers are looking pretty awesome there. And I think that that's a testament to our advisory program and the special care that our teachers take with each of the are assigned to them, and by, again, being flexible and creative and allowing a lot of different options to make it work for those kids, and also holding people harmless that have been impacted by a pandemic. We were able to move into next year without this heavy weight of trying to create these credit assurance plans for our students. And again, it's all about the teachers and the work that they did taking care of each kid.
Thank you. So then go ahead and move through these next three. Hopefully you've had a time to be able to look, and you can pause on the last one. But ultimately what we were able to know this year is every single senior is literally on an Excel spreadsheet with every single data point tracked, with a whole secondary, post-secondary spreadsheet, and exactly what their plans are, and had contact made to them as well. And so I think this is probably one of the first times we actually know where every kid, at least currently, what their plan is post-secondary. This is another part of the process we hope to maintain, because it was just it still can be refined, but was a great way to know the plans for every student. So please take a chance and just look through that, and you can see where our students are planning on going next year. Moving to slide 9, we wanted to break down those students that are going to end up on incomplete and will need the pre-cap plan, which we hope to knock out this summer. And then those that don't make it will go on a full credit assurance plan. So again, we're going to have each school just peek through the breakdown of their 2% that received an incomplete. So Brian.
Yeah, so as we look at our 2%, the irony with this, and we're really still trying to navigate what this means and how do we leverage this information when it comes to culturally responsive teaching in general, but especially as we are in the midst of preparing for phase 4, how can we reduce these disparities by race and ethnicity? The irony is, if we look at Tigard High School anyway, we compared the Q4 2019 grades from last year, and the disparities are almost exactly the same by race and ethnicity as they are in Q4 for 2020. And so there's been quite a bit of conversation in the last 7 or 8 days at Tigard High about, what does this mean? How does this inform our planning for phase 2? And how does this form our continued need for growth and professional improvement when it comes to culturally responsive practices in the classroom? Because what we heard in some staff feedback was there were, concerns about access, concerns about Wi-Fi, concerns about things that are going on at home that are impacting our students' ability to engage deeply and in a meaningful way during distance learning. And I guess I would challenge that with my staff and have begun to challenge that with these numbers were representative of the same percentile breakdowns in 2019 when you had them in your classroom. So don't give me the excuse about distance learning. There's other things that we need to address within our system to reduce these disparities. And so that was something that really stuck out to a group of us at Tigard, both for phase 4 planning and for long-term systemic change in our building.
I would add just on the Tualatin side that this is one of the as an Atlas protocol is to really get a solid understanding of who our system was not designed for in phase 3 so that we can make some adjustments in our fall and next year plan to close some of these gaps. I think that's why we slowed down in actually it was our second meeting after we had done some kind of dreaming around what our system could be to really get an idea of what is this data telling us about our current systems that were designed. And so that I know that that's been a big factor in our thinking about our design and today's work with our meeting. I will also highlight that I know our incomplete numbers are a bit higher than Tigard's. That a week before or 2 weeks before the end of the semester, that number was almost 470, and so there was a significant amount of work by teachers to work with students to get those numbers down. And so I'm confident that our summer plan, our summer school plan, and also like students working individually with teachers will help us get at some of those incompletes that are still on the board.
Michael, I have a quick question for you. Did you find, or any of you, Brian or Russ, did you find that certain teachers were giving more incompletes than others? Was there a graph that way too? Or
so, yeah,
was it
one of
really
the first reports we pulled, Amber actually had us looking at that report early on as soon as we were pulling data. And we targeted some individual conversations with teachers. So I had one teacher in particular that had 48 incompletes. And, I kind of just showed him his data and I said, hey, this is your data right now. And I have concerns. I looked at your grade book. Here's some things that I see. Talk me through some of these things. And by the end of the semester, he was down to 5. So we did some real targeted work with people that were, at 20 or more incompletes. And that's just kind of where we are in the system right now. I think it's also good work to carry over. Like, we weren't in, that's not all that different than work we've been doing with our on-track teams, but now we're looking at that across our entire school system. I think this is one of our big opportunities for transformative work is how we look at grading and think about grading. And that's certainly what our teachers talked about in our phase 4 meeting today.
Yeah, I think to answer that in another way, there were certainly some teacher trends, but there were also some course trends. And so if you look at a system that's in place for students who have historically struggled in certain subject areas, then they become systemically tracked into these courses, and we see less heterogeneous makeup within some of those classes, which then leads to skewed data when it comes to outcome data. And so what are some systemic things we can look at to break down some of those barriers as we're addressing some of our grading practices that Michael mentioned?
The only thing I might add is that one thing we did at Creekside was a lot of calibration among the staff and between teachers about what online distance learning should look like and what assessment should look like and what essential learning really means. And I think that played a big part in helping everybody get on the same page and feel confident that they can move together into these directions of equitable outcomes.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to our last slide, and I'll move to this quickly. I know we're slightly over time. So our next steps. So we will be supporting 9th through 11th graders in their pre-credit assurance plans over the summer. We'll be supporting seniors in completing grad plans by the August 31st deadline. We'll then, any student that doesn't complete the pre will have a formal credit assurance plan by end of September to complete by September 2021. And then, as Michael mentioned, we're anchoring really firmly, and I hope you've had a chance to see these docs in the quant and qual feedback from across our 4 equity pillars, so from students, families, staff, who am I missing, and community, to really anchor in what worked, what didn't work from phase 3, to use as a baseline to build towards phase 4. So at this point, I'll open up to questions.
I asked mine.
So this may sound like this is kind of elementary, but can you define the phases for me? As far as like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. I keep
At the at-home learning, we went phase 2. And then when we actually went to distance learning and called it that, like true distance learning, phase 3, and now we're headed to phase 4.
Okay, that's helpful.
That was just to keep ourselves straight. When we had like slightly different iterations each time, it helped us not confuse each other with what phase we were then planning for.
Yeah. Well, what I surmise from this all is that there's been some real positive things from the distance learning that kind of force us to look at things differently and to set up some systems we didn't have before, which has been a positive, right? That we can carry over when we do go back to a brick and mortar, and also distance learning, of course. But I'm always pleased when something like this happens that is so disruptive, that there's some positive things that we can take away from it and carry forward. So thank you.
Sharon, just to comment on that, I'd say one of the most positive things at the collaboration level is watching the 3 high schools, and the level of collaboration of the principals set the tone for what collaboration has looked like through the distance learning support teams. And that's been something that, everyone has said we want to continue through brick and mortar. So through the APs down to the teacher level, counselors, like the project is what drove the collaboration, not the school. And that's just been phenomenal and something we hope to continue on.
I'm blown away. I think this is amazing, and I'm excited that it can continue on next year. It reminds me the tracking of the graduating seniors reminds me of nothing so much as an individual education plan for every single senior. And it's a ton of work, but it's the right work to be doing. And I'm really proud of you guys for doing it, because I know it was a ton of work.
And I think we have to really fairly shout out the counselors. Their work and their lean in around seniors was just phenomenal. And they were on that planning committee and all anchored in, along with the career center coordinators and the CCR TOSAs, all anchoring together to make sure that every kid had their needs met. Was just another really powerful collaboration group.
I have a question. I might be getting out a little bit far in front here, but given these lessons, have we heard from state level guidance if the sort of grading policies from the state are going to be the same moving forward? Do we know that yet? And how are we going to be interpreting it?
There's nothing in ODE's guidance in the 47 pages for this plan, and that's not surprising to me, based on all of the heat that they took on that after they had put that incomplete plan in place. But I know, our teachers aren't really in the place to talk about grading yet. It's coming soon. In our phase 4 planning, they're really thinking about structure right now. So but I know that's on the table.
So Director Bowman, I would offer to you also, the superintendents across the state are asking for some form of grading guidance, and I would expect that will come in either the next phase, because this guidance is going to roll into several additional updates over the summer. So I would anticipate that would be there, and at that point in time, we will certainly share that with you.
Got it. So I guess a follow-up on that, and there's probably no way to know this, but Michael, Brian, Russ, if you have thoughts on this. So if we didn't have that state guidance during the closure about, basically do no harm unless you're, the worst that you can do is an incomplete, do we have a sense of what, how many students would would have had different outcomes. Does that make sense? Like if we didn't have that policy requiring a bare minimum level, what would that spread have looked like? Would it have been different?
Probably more historical.
Yeah. I think we would have been closer aligned to some of our fail rates that we've seen historically. I will say that it was absolutely the right thing to do in crisis response mode. I'm not convinced that it's the right thing to do as we continue forward in phase 4, and as we look to move into deeper and more meaningful learning opportunities for kids. What I do think that it presents is an opportunity for us to really evaluate the way in which we assign grades. And it gives us a chance to be transformative and potentially get away from the traditional earn your points, earn a grade, but let's actually measure your learning relative to the standards and look at a standard-based model for measurement of learning. It's been something that we've had a lot of folks in the district that have been working on for several years, some at a deeper level than others, and this might just be that tipping point that we need, excuse me, as a system to move everybody there.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say that as we approach next year, the conversation is really how do we create motivations for learning that aren't just about passing? And how do we make sure that when we are deciding what we want kids to know, understand, or be able to do, that we are breaking those things down into essential learning, hoped for learning, and then stretch learning for all of our students that doesn't keep them from getting credits or getting grades that they need to be able to move on in life, but instead to let it be about learning for learning's sake as much as possible.
Yeah. Thank you, Russ, and much appreciation to Amber, Russ, Michael, and Brian, and also just your team, your VPs, your counselors, and your staff. Again, a heavy lift. And as we continue on sharing what we learned, it reminds me that we're anchoring into our equity pillars, where we constantly have to keep at the forefront how are we engaging students, staff, families, and community. And with that is a good segue to our next presentation from Director Todd Robson, because during our phase 3, we surveyed our families just to get to hear about not only their child's experience through distance learning, but also their experience as well. So next is Director Robson.
All right, thank you, Dr. McCall. Good to see everybody. Want to just emphasize what Dr. McCall was saying. You know, as we started down the path of phase 3, and we're moving through that, you know, it's vital, absolutely vital to get feedback and perspective from our stakeholders, from our parents, and really capture their perspectives in terms of their experience, the experience of their students at home, and even to an extent theirs as well. So, but also Sharon, you were Director Fox, you were mentioning just kind of what the phases were, and I you know, just pre coming to this meeting, I had been going through some kind of historic docs that we were that I was looking at, and looking at oddly enough the at-home learning framework that was really, once we went into shutdown mode in TTSD, even pre everybody else, that doc was something I was engaging in, and amazing to see from the collective effort to dive into that initial work to assure that learning continued and that kids were engaged, and to do our best wrapping around that to where we are now is just incredible. So in a very short amount of time. And so thinking about the phases, phase 3 was underway, and about 6 weeks into phase 3, you know, we said, you know, obviously we need to get some perspective, and knowing that this was shorter term through the end of the year, and then thinking about our development of phase 4, and whatever that looks like in the fall. So to learn from our families as a part of the current realities that we know was a vital component. So we put the survey out and provided that to all of our TTSD families, who and in response responded for every student in the household. We got back 4,300 and almost 4,400 responses. So we were pleased about that. We know as well that we obviously didn't hit and touch every family in terms of responses, but we definitely wanted to be able to take from feedback we got and try to make some sense of that. And you can see the questions there. We really wanted to understand, from a parent perspective, did their child or their kids understand what the expectations were, from recommended to absolutes in terms of assignments that need to be done, that are required, to understanding the directions and being able to engage more independently, and all the way through communication with their teachers and around social emotional check-ins and the workload of students, not only how much time they were spending each day, but was it enough? Was it the right amount? Was it kind of a Goldilocks? Is it too much, too little, right on? So we wanted to understand that better. And then we had some open-ended kind of questions that allowed our families to tell us about what their perspectives are, their thinking, their feedback around how to better support them and improve the experience. And then also the challenges. We wanted to continue to tap into challenges they were facing at home and supporting their child's learning. So that's where we landed in terms of the survey. And if you want to click on the results, before we get into the results, I do want to say this, that having that many responses was encouraging, but that's a lot of responses in itself. And so I want to thank Susan Bernard, IT director, and Paul Verstrate, who's with us as well here this evening, our assessment coordinator, for sitting down and really hashing out a process to bring folks to the table to really dive into this data and these responses, and do it in a way where our objective was to create a process that would allow for themes from the open-ended kinds of questions to be gathered, aside from also being sure we could organize the data in a very readable format and usable format. So big thanks to Paul and Susan. And I also want to welcome tonight Janelle Cook, who is our K-5 reading specialist, and Michelle Edwards, who is an instructional coach 6-8 at Hazelbrook. Those are two other members of the team, smaller team that engaged in making this data come alive for folks to be able to engage in and help us moving forward into phase 4. So I just start us off, and then I'm going to ask those three, Paul, Janelle, and Michelle, to do some sharing here. But if you see, this data is put out in formats that allow for hopefully easy access. So you can see the questions, the kind of questions that were asked. Thank you for shifting down. That's great. And the color coding makes it very easy, obviously, to kind of see what kinds of responses were coming back. And then the definitions too, real important to see what consistency means, workload means, differentiation, those kinds of things, and where that landed. To allow us to use that moving forward. So I want to just, if you'd hold right there, I want to open it up to Paul and have Paul talk a little bit about how we put this data together and what kinds of things that he was seeing. Paul, would you jump in?
Yeah, happy to. So the first part to look at is, you don't have to scroll all the way back up, but at the top, the number of responses from the 4,000 for elementary school was filtered down to 252 responses where they answered the open-ended questions. And of those 252 responses to the open-ended questions, we had several volunteers, as Todd said, 2 of which are on the call now, go through that data and identify themes. And these are the themes that you see right there. And so the themes that you see are when they noticed that in those open-ended responses, did they talk about these themes? And so the demographic data that is broken down is based on the federal definition, just to make sure that when we ever saw a parent respond with their family being Hispanic, by the federal definition, Hispanic trumps all. So even if the student is considered Hispanic and African American, they are labeled only as Hispanic because that is how the federal guidelines define ethnicity versus race. And so I want to make sure as you're looking at this that you know that that's the data that you're looking at. So also the one point of data that I do want to point out, after through the theme data here, there are the close-ended responses that if you go down past the data synthesis, sorry, and I know that Janelle and Michelle are going to ask you to go back up to that for their parts. There are a couple of close-ended responses that I wanted to point out right there. There, where they said that my child was able to independently complete the assignments. Was that a yes or a no? And the no consists of rarely or never. And then the graph to the other side is when we broke out the never. So meaning my child never knew how to complete assignments independently is what you see on the right. And what you see on the left is when no and rarely were combined. So I want to make sure that you see that there is a difference between those two. And one thing that we did notice is the difference between the question between did my child receive communication from their teacher? Almost all parents responded that their child did receive a communication from the teacher. But when they then were asked a similar question of did my child receive a social emotional connection from the teacher, their percentages dropped by almost 20%. So that is a very large difference in the communication they were receiving from their teacher. And it's very important that this is specific to the teacher. It doesn't mean that they weren't receiving those connections from the counselor or from a social worker or from other members of the school. This was specific to the teacher.
Thanks, Paul. Janelle, Michelle, thanks for bouncing back up there too, Zinnia. Perfect place. You'd love to have you talk a little bit about the process you went through and what you found in terms of themes and how that came to be in terms of gathering that information.
Janelle, you want to start with elementary?
Yeah. Okay. So we started elementary. What we did first is we kind of thought about all the different things that we've been hearing from either teachers or parents or community members, just to kind of like think what might come out of this to see if it's going to be the same types of things. And then started going through the data. And when we're looking at that data, some of it was kind of tricky because you've got parents that are very passionate about what they're saying in their responses, but then trying to just pull out what do they really mean by what they're saying? Like, what is it that we can do to help them? And so we came up with 6 different themes in elementary that most of their comments fit under, and they were consistency, workload, differentiation, relationships, interactive teaching, and platform. And so for our definitions that were up above, that kind of encompasses what it was that when a parent talked about that, that's where it fell under. And so that's how we knew which one of the themes it went to. And then in our data synthesis, what we tried to do was pull out then what is it that the parents are saying in that theme as what would be helpful. Well, moving forward, what could we do in phase 4 to really hit those things that they are struggling with? And so everything that Paul was just saying, and relationships, we had a thing about relationships as well. And interactive teaching came up a lot. We have a lot of parents that were wanting more video teaching from the teachers and not just assignments being pushed out to them. And so a lot of good things came out of this, I think, that we're going to be able to use then on the elementary distance learning team to move into phase 4, that we could take and put into place to kind of use their voice.
At the middle school and high school level, I worked with 3 other people on the feedback team, parent feedback team, and we tackled it in thirds independently, briefly, and then we got back together and looked at the various themes that were coming through with the parent answers, and that's how we came up with our categories, similar to elementary. And the good news is what a lot of parents were pointing out as kind of critical feedback and areas of improvement around assignment inconsistency, more clear and concise communication, and then delivery of instruction, like Janelle said, really a desire for live instruction and not so much a week at a glance, but how do I do this assignment and give me some examples, please. They were even as clear as saying it was less helpful when other educators across the nation, if our TTSD teachers had a video clip of someone teaching something and used that, that was less preferred than the actual teacher presenting something to the students. But overall, I echo that collaboration was super high. The teachers did an amazing job, and the same concern that was on parents' mind was really on teachers' mind the whole time. We were consistently trying to refine our assignments, not only the look and feel of the assignments, but the look and feel of our Google Classrooms and how much information and resources were presented to students and families. Overall, I think, a lot of the parent response can be useful in that we're looking at ways to continue to motivate our middle school, high school, and elementary school students, and parents have really good feedback about what was too much. The grades were a big factor at middle and high in terms of a lack of motivation to continue in distance learning. A big difference between, for some families, the work was not enough and some of it was too much. So trying to honor the variety of families that we have and giving really the messaging is just giving parents the permission to, if we are in this situation again, to pick and choose what's offered to them that's right for their child. Big concerns about building authentic connections, not only in relationships, but in authentic learning opportunities. And parents have very particular feedback on how we can improve in that in terms of defining our face-to-face time online, timing of feedback. So teachers really did emphasize giving feedback over grades this go around, but we can tighten up, what's the appropriate window for teachers to get back to students and families so that they can continue learning. A need for peer collaboration came through at the middle school level. And then some parents were able to be our partners, and there was a nice cry out for having some parent education materials to help support their kids through distance learning. And I know teachers, I give them a lot of credit. Not only were they supporting the students, but they were the front lines for parents when there were inquiries. And so we can probably, as coaches and district leaders, do a better job of reaching our parent community this and phase 4. And finally, I just say the emphasis is on clear and concise communication. In the classroom, it's really easy to be repetitive and all of that, and we really need to hone that in. There was a lot of overwhelm, and I think a lot of it at the middle and high level had to do with the number of classes kids were taking, but I didn't see any feedback that said they wanted to cut electives at the upper level. So how we balance that is going to be a little tricky, and we're going to have to get creative. But overall, the same concerns parents had were our frontline concerns on the teacher front. So I want to make sure, as a supporter of teachers, that they get the message that we're just going to keep honing in. But they really did a fantastic job in phase 3. But we do need to look at the data on our students of color, because there are clear trends, and we can dig into that and find ways to better support them.
Thank you both. Thank you all, Paul and Janelle and Michelle. Appreciate it. Very comprehensive, a good opportunity to dig into what our community is saying based on their experience and their child's experience. So we'll use that. And team leads and working with task forces will have that as a part of their collective data review and looking at current realities and then anchoring into those current realities as we plan moving forward. So we have 4 minutes for questions. So we'd open it up for questions at this point.
So thank you. What rich work, rich data, so much good stuff there. So I just have a question for Janelle and Michelle and Todd as well, Director Robson, about we have all this great information. How does it look like going forward, operationalizing that within our classrooms, as far as like getting this out to teachers? I know there's been lots of collaboration, but I just wanted to, if you could give me a glimpse of how that looks in action.
Well, no, go ahead. Michelle, were you go for it?
Well, I can speak to how we attempted to streamline things for families in phase 3. Are you looking, Sharon, more at like how we're going to move forward given what we have?
Yeah, I guess, thanks, Michelle, for asking that. I guess what I was asking is like, how do we get this information out to teachers so they can incorporate this into their lesson planning and into the way they teach? So, because it's wonderful data, I'm just wondering, is it an easy thing to do to go out and just kind of send it out? Or you can have conversations about it in individual schools. I just wanted to have an understanding of how that works to operationalize it. That's so much good stuff.
I can speak for elementary. So I'm also on the task force for the phase 4 planning for elementary. And I know that we are, out of that, we'll come out with some suggestions and guidance for teachers in what it is that they're doing. And I know that we're going to use the parent information to then be part of that comes out of that for the fall. And so, parents are requesting specific things, and nothing that they're requesting is everything is very valid. And so things should be considered. And so that'll be used with our planning team to then be given to teachers with the guidance for the fall.
And at the middle and high, I would say we really tried early on in phase 3 to remedy the concerns that parents had about inconsistencies across teachers. And the tricky part about the survey that was given is that, at middle and high, they were able to necessarily applaud certain teachers, but because they were evaluating 7, and then they had to come up with a summary of like, well, I guess it was inconsistent or consistent. So it's a little tricky there, but we really did. I think it's going to take the union partnership, because we did try to craft a phase 3 plan that was very consistent, but it's going to take a really creative and kind partnership with our union to make sure that what teachers are able to do matches what parents need them to do.
Thank you, that's helpful. Other board members?
I have just a quick question about the open-ended comment data that's separated out by themes. Were positive and negative comments put together in those themes, or were there no positive comments? Or how did that work?
If it fit into a theme, it made it into that section. Most of the feedback, I would say for elementary, was in a constructive way. I know that secondary tracked the gratitude as a separate theme. In elementary, we did not. But if what they were saying had to do with one of those themes, it still made it into there.
So not all of the elementary themes were necessarily critical, but those were the ones that were pulled out.
Yeah. So yes. So for instance, so we might have had somebody talking about, the workload was, just the right amount of work for their students. So that would have gone in there. In addition, you might have also had somebody saying, we wanted way more work for our student. It wasn't enough. And that one went in there also. So it was just kind of a combination of both.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, most of the prompts had to do with what can we do better from your perspective.
That would lend itself to constructive criticism.
Thank you. Looking at our time, again, thanks, Director Robson, Michelle, and Janelle. We want to close out with our secondary student affinity group voices, because our students are first and foremost, our students are critical because they're the ones that have directly experienced distance learning, and so we want to hear their voices. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Zinnia on our equity coordinator.
Thank you, Dr. McCall. I have actually, can I ask folks to just mute real quick? Thank you. Okay, so I have with me today Gigi Escobar, multicultural coordinator at Tigard High, and Martine Alvarez, who is a multicultural coordinator at Tualatin High. So I wanted to open up, we actually also have a section around families as well. So we wanted to open up quickly around the feedback that we have from a BSU high school. So we had our advisor convene the BSU students across Tigard and Tualatin. You were able to see some of that data here. One of the things that really came out though in this check-in, I think it was like mid-May, it goes back to what Dr. McCall said around, you know, we are really trying as a district to make sure that we are a responsive district. And so part of that is having feedback mechanisms where our students and families are able to share feedback so that we can build our capacity to meet the needs of students and families, but also highlight the strengths that they can bring also as contributors to our system to make sure that we are making it more responsive. And so the thing that came out of that session was some of the technical things that we're seeing here in student voice, but also that specifically for our BSU students, they talked about themes of social political impact, some sadness about what is happening in the Black community and the brutality that impacts students' feelings of safety and being seen and feeling served or supported in school and our society. And we know that now that led to a lot of the collaboration and expectations that BSU presidents brought forth to the community, as well as partnership with TTSU to write and support the resolution. And so that just highlights the importance of how anchoring in the understanding of social political context, but also an anti-racist, anti-bias curriculum is majorly important. So that was what we got from our BSU students, highlighting a lot of some students really thrive with the hybrid model, and they're looking forward to that, and some were really concerned about the amount of assignments and potentially not having enough office hours to connect with teachers, or being able to adapt the materials differently online. So those are some of the information that we got from our BSU students. Gigi?
Yes, so we send this via email, and we send it to all our MECHA, BSU, Pacific Islanders, Native and Indigenous students, and we were able to gather their thoughts and thinking about how the experience was. We were focusing on what worked, what didn't work, and what we would like the district to know for the future. And it was interesting because I'll talk about just this general group, and then I'll talk about ELDs, because there's a difference there, or emerging bilinguals. So a lot of the kids were saying that what worked well was flexibility, teacher organization, and resources to do with the assignments, meeting and office hours with teachers, which was really important for a lot of the students. Many students mentioned the comfort of being at home and the timing, because not every high schooler likes to wake up at 6:30 in the morning. And there is a lot of work. So some kids felt like it was an adequate amount of work, and some kids didn't. So a lot of our kids actually found out that it was really hard for them to follow with long distance learning. So they found nothing positive about it. On what did not work is some students felt like the home environment was really hard for them to follow because it's chaotic. They have little siblings and they couldn't focus, or they couldn't find a quiet place. The lack of social connection. A lot of our students, go to school to interact with their peers and have some fun, and that was eliminated right away. The impact of what was happening at their home. Some kids had parents losing their jobs, and that was really impactful for them. We also had the ELD students had a hard time practicing the language. We have to read, write, speak, and they didn't have that chance. So liking also taking the time to be able to share with their peers and be able to bounce ideas. That's something that was not working for them because they didn't have that opportunity. So I'm going to now go back to the ELDs and the emergent bilinguals really had a hard time with navigating technology. And I'm focusing on a smaller group, which is the newcomers or the students that came not too long ago, because they didn't really have the way of knowing how to navigate with equipment and technology and how to do it. A lot of them had an issue with Wi-Fi. They didn't know how to connect it, even though they got the box. It was really hard for them to use that. And their inability to be able to access help from their parents. That was really hard for them because a person who shares the language can reach to their parents and say, hey, how can you help me with that? With our emergent bilinguals, it was really challenging. So what do they want the leaders at their school to know is to make sure that the school is safe and healthy for students when they return, for them to understand that there are students with varying needs and experiences that might make learning very difficult for them. Other ways of communicating other than Google Meets, because that's another thing they had. Some teachers were using different forms that it was hard for them to be able to learn all the different forms that they were accessing their learning. And it was hard for them to keep motivated at home. That came along with it difficult for them. So that was happening at Tiger High.
All right, Martine, and then I just wanted to highlight, as you saw in the previous data around the demographic of students that have the incompletes and struggled, as Brian said, not only in the system prior to COVID, but also during. We wanted to get some deeper information as well around how our Latinx families were seeing how this all rolled out. So, Martine, thank you for your work here, and appreciate you laying that out in the timeline for us.
Thank you, board members, for having me here. This work comes from definitely, initially we started to call our seniors to make sure that we reach them out to them, and also working with Pack with Pride. So we were able to reach a lot of our Latinx families. And in regards to our initial rollout, a common theme that I kept on hearing was it was confusing. You know, there was a lot of confusion. Not only there was a time frame where nobody had reached out, but also, for example, we had some families that were hearing from their neighbors that they've heard from the school already because they had a senior student, but they have not heard. So there were just multiple layers that made it really confusing, not including the language piece or, for example, the skills that you would need in order to reach out to a school or know exactly what was happening. Additionally, the connectivity issues. We kept on hearing, that the Wi-Fi is not very good, or we got the hotspot from the school, but we have 3 family at 3 different levels using devices, so it's not really, it's loading all the time. So there were multiple connectivity issues that definitely were affecting our families to get their maximum of that distance learning. Then our parents did not know how, some parents did not know how to use a computer, did not have the skills to, use particular programs that some teachers might be using. So definitely, when we look out towards the future, we have to make sure that we include some kind of component to support our parents and our families, so they know what is happening. This would kind of create some feelings of isolations within the families, and they were feeling that, school's not reaching out. I don't know what exactly is happening. So it made it really, really confusing to our families. Once the distance learning was happening and we had started to reach out, they started to hear from the schools, definitely, and using also the Pack with Pride connections, they started to appreciate, to know in their native language what was happening, who do I reach out, teachers in particular that might have been trying to reach out, but they were not getting the clear message, to use the multicultural coordinators or other Spanish-speaking staff or other languages that we have in the schools, to make sure that they understood what was happening. We had problems with the homeworks and the assignments, in regards, again, little technicalities that it's really, really complicated for us that we have the skills. Imagine for those families that don't really use a computer on the daily basis. In regards to economic impact, We have to also think, for example, in the beginning, that we have some families that are part of vulnerable populations, and our students had to go to work. So they were the ones who were working, being there to provide for the families. And that was their main concern, how we're going to survive, how we're going to pay the rent. So there are certain things or layers that we definitely have to consider, given that some of our students are providers for our families as well. And again, a common a lack of understanding of the standards, right? What is important to do? Why I didn't go and I didn't attend this class for a whole month because I had to work. What is my priorities now that I see that I have 30 homeworks? What are those standards that I really need to do in regards to make sure that those families to provide feedback, because as we see within those statistics, that data, their participation, at least in the secondary level, was very minimum. So to make sure that we reach out and provide some of those skills in ways that are culturally relevant. Let's hope that we can identify, let's say, a community center, a church, where we can go and say, provide how we use certain programs that we're going to be using at the secondary level, so they know, is my student progressing academically? Because what we really saw is a change on the support, parent support, once we told them what was happening and once they knew how to support the students. Definitely that completely changed in regards to that progress. So we really need to focus not on the student as an individual, but also as a collective, as a family, and how to support them.
Thank you, Martina. So we'll have about, I know that we're heading up against time, but Director Wolf and Fox, are we allowing 4 minutes of questions and connections potentially? Okay, yes, perfect. Please. So let's open up that time right now for folks to make some have some questions or connections about the work that was highlighted here.
Members?
Yeah, I'll just jump in. I don't really have a question. I think, first of all, just really appreciate the collection of all this feedback and this data and how critical all this is going to be. We're into this for the long haul, and trying to navigate what next year looks like, and to really have such honest feedback about the challenges and the good things, right? And how that gets integrated and how we launch an effective program in the fall. That was just kind of my biggest, I don't know if you would say it was an aha, or just, I think Sharon addressed that earlier, is okay, now we know. So how does this really get executed in the fall? So what I look forward to is how we start this conversation again as those plans kind of come forward for the fall work and how we've addressed some of these challenges. So more comment than question, but thank you all so much. Just really appreciate the presentations.
I found this to be super useful information to get, so thank you all very much. Although I have to say, it breaks my heart to hear Martine say that the kids can't do their homework because they've got to work. Every time I hear that, it hurts, because a kid's job should be to go to school. And it's always hard when there's a family where that's not the case. But this is phenomenal information to have, and I think we can do better. That's to say, we can do better now that we know what the problems are. Not how we can do better getting the information. I didn't mean to imply that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate that. This is a great layout, by the way, the rollout, just the kind of the phasing and just how you see the engagement with the families as we reach out to them more and understand what their needs are. And then the recommendations, just taking it from start to finish about what we're going to do about it. So I just appreciate all the work so much. It blows me away how rich this information is, and how we probably wouldn't have collected this. I may be wrong, but we probably wouldn't have got this information without all this happening. So again, hopefully there's a silver lining to all of this. Any other board members have questions or comments?
I have a question for Martine and Gigi. In the initial rollout, well, first I should preface, of course, and say thank you. This is fantastic work. In the initial rollout, it talks about not how the initial rollout was not well communicated to Spanish-speaking families. Is your understanding that it was because materials weren't translated into Spanish, or because that information wasn't accessible to some of those families? What was the barrier there, or what were the barriers there?
And you can chime in. I would say that it's multiple layers. You know, for example, thinking like emails, right? We're sending emails in multiple languages. Well, we have some families don't read or write. You know, so just that way of communication is not working out for them. And then we have very few little staff that might speak that native language. With given the other responsibilities that that staff might be doing at the time, you know, for example, in a particular case, reaching out to seniors, right? That was the number one priority initially, right? To make sure that they are finishing up. So again, it's multiple layers of why that was not well communicated.
And I may add to that, Martine, that in our case, working with our families, we know that even though we work with email very comfortably, that's I email you, you email me. That's not the case for all our, many of our marginalized families. They don't operate with email. Email is not something that they know how to operate well. They are not familiar with it. It's not their way of doing things. So robocalls are the best way to do it. And we did a couple of those after we figure out, okay, we're not reaching them, or we're reaching them. And that's when they became more aware of what was happening. We jumped into that right away because I know that a lot of our families don't have email. So I would say that. And I don't think cohesively we all knew exactly what was happening next. So it was just that waiting, what's going to happen next to be able to put it together. But once we knew, we started reaching out via robocall, which is very culturally relevant to a lot of our marginalized families.
Yeah, and I actually want to add a caveat that robocalls are only as effective as the preliminary connections that you make with families, so that they know it's coming from you and they know that it's coming from folks that are trusted. So I just want to offer this other component, and I think we're ready to wrap up. Again, thank you so much for the information and data. It just highlights our infrastructure for feedback mechanisms. And we've done this for the last 3 or 4 years now to really connect with our affinity and alliance groups to really highlight what our system needs to do better and how we can work on that. And I think we've been doing some of that calibrating. The other part of it too is my hope is that an aha that I got from the last 2-part meeting is that for us to be responsible as a school district is to pause and take an opportunity to study how we're doing. And leading back to our improvement science methodology to operationalizing our equity lens and our equity structure is that we need to come together and as an accountable collective system highlight who we're supporting and who we're not and minding the gap. And so I hope that we can continue that practice moving forward as we do our ongoing calibration so that our system is dynamic to the needs our students are highlighting for us. Dr. McCall?
Again, thank you, team, Gigi and Martine and Zinnia. And we will. Thank you, board, for allowing us to bring this presentation in 2 parts. And we will continue to use this data as our teams are currently planning for reopening our schools. Again, thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. McCall and everybody. So we are ending our work session, and we'll see you all who are joining us at 6:30 for the regular board meeting. Thank you again.
Hi-ho. Thank you, David. I appreciate the update.
Hello, everybody.
The update. Hi, David.
Hello.
The update. Hi, David.
Hello.
The update. Hi, David. There we go.
Hello.
Got it. The update. Hi, David. There we go.
Hello.
That at the beginning of every board meeting, and then when we were required to shift to remote gatherings, virtual gatherings. We've kind of ventured or drifted away from that. I think tonight is a good opportunity to do that. So board members, remote gatherings, virtual gatherings, we've kind of to also, I'll start off with drifted away from that then, as we often do. And I'm assuming that we don't have our student representatives with us at this point. So we'll go from there. So I will start. The art of community. I'm going to acknowledge that we bring our lived experiences into our conversations. So I go from there. So I will start. The art of community. I'm going to acknowledge that we bring our lived experiences into our conversations.
We try to stay curious about each other.
You guys did that well together. Does someone want to read another one?
We recognize that we need each other's help to become better listeners.
We slow down so we have time to think and reflect.
Remember that conversation is a natural way we think together.
We expect it to get messy at times.
We will listen with intention to learn something new.
Thank you all very much for that. And so with that, we will call to order the budget hearing. We start with budget hearing public comment. So that is just specific to the budget as opposed to the regular agenda. And I believe we had one comment. Is that correct, Patty? Yep. Okay. Director Zerchmead, I believe you have that pulled up to share. And again, the same public comment rules would apply. It's 3 minutes. And then you are welcome to offer up constructive criticism to the district, but you cannot say anything directly about individual personnel. We will stop you during your time. And with that, let me get to my timer.
While you're doing that, let me say this is a public comment from somebody who has public comment for the main meeting as well as for the budget hearing. So okay. I'm just going to read the final paragraph, which was relevant to the budget hearing.
Oh, so that'll be
I will read the rest of the public comment from this person during the regular meeting.
Oh, very good. Okay. Well, then if it's just one paragraph, yeah, I doubt that you need my, so go ahead.
So this is from Jessica Reiser. With regard to the proposed budget, I see that the district currently expects to pay approximately $126,000 towards school resource officers. That same handout says that the district is planning a community process to discuss the roles of SROs in our schools. I have been unable to get any information on this process. Please know that the parents are very engaged on this issue and want to have a seat at that table. Please provide information as to what the process will look like.
Thank you, Director George-Mead. Dr. Wiki-Smith, would you like to address that comment now or when we do the action item? I assume it would be now.
I think now would be excellent. And the first of several planning meetings between the City of Tigard team and the district team composed of Dr. McCall, Director Amber Fields, Equity Coordinator Zinnia on Community Relations Director Rose, and I was held last week. We are working with them to convene a broader community conversation this summer with the BSU, as well as students representing our Pacific Islander and Latinx communities from our district with the cities of Tigard and Tualatin, parents, and community members. These community members meetings will be held will be led by an outside facilitation team that has experience in leading anti-racist, anti-bias community conversations, including the evaluation of our current SRO model/partnership, determination of next steps for the board to consider, and bringing community together for collective equity training.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I think with just the one comment at this point, again, the action item to approve the budget will be in our regular agenda. I can officially close our budget hearing. And with that, I will open our regular session of the Tigard-Tualatin School Board on June 22nd and call that to order. Dr. Wiki-Smith, are there any changes? I'm sorry. So Susan, did you catch that? So that's on YouTube. Is that what you're saying, Sharon? Okay. So I guess apologize for that for those listening if there's an echo, but we will continue. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ben. We'll continue as is. So Dr. Riki Smith, are there any changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there is one amendment to tonight's agenda. I request that action item
All right, as usual, we will go down roll call. Motion, please signify by aye or nay. Director Bowman.
Aye.
Director Emerson.
Aye.
Director Fox.
Aye.
Director Zertsmead.
Aye.
And then Director Wolf is an aye. Okay, we will continue forward with action item 9F. Oh, Director Bowman.
I don't know if anyone else is getting these texts, but people are saying the YouTube live stream audio is not working. No one can hear us right now. I just got like 5 texts saying that.
Okay, so that's a problem.
I got a text that it's working fine now.
Are they back on?
Do we all need to sing a few bars, see if they can hear us? Ben, did you get confirmation?
Yeah, well, yes, one person that's back on, and they said, what did we miss? So maybe just to rehash what was just done. Now
Sure.
it is.
My apologies for the technology drop. The agenda was modified to move item 9F, approval of the contract, before recognition and good news. The motion was made and seconded to accept the modified agenda and approve the consent agenda. And that was a 5-0 unanimous vote to modify the agenda with the note that all public comment will be read as expected. And with that, we will start with action item 9F. Oh, yeah, we did vote. I'm sorry. And Dr. Riki Smith, I will hand it to you.
Thank you. Board, I want to thank you for your flexibility this evening in moving the agenda item to the front of tonight's agenda, and I will be brief. Serving the Tigard-Tualatin School District is my honor and privilege. As superintendent, I take my responsibility for the operations of this district and to every one of the 12,650 students we serve very seriously. As in previous years, I have attended to the areas of growth in my practice identified by the board as a part of the evaluation process. This will not change going into next year. Additionally, as demonstrated in 2 board evaluations, I have not only addressed the areas of growth, but performed at exemplary levels affirmed by a unanimous vote of the board. That commitment to strive for excellence in the coming year will not change. Conversations relative to my contract are distracting at a time when our focus needs to be on the priorities in front of us, which include creating and executing a plan for the fall that ensures a quality educational experience for every one of our students as we continue to navigate this pandemic. Along with 2, our collective work to dismantle historic systems of racism within our district and schools, and to create a culture where every student feels safe, valued, and heard. These are the priorities I wish to put my full focus to and where I have my greatest work yet to do with you all. With that, I respectfully ask the board to amend my contract as follows. 0 COLA in compensation for the coming year to ensure that in light of state school budget shortfalls, all available resources be directed to SSA student equity and mental health priorities as determined by our community process in the 2021 school year, as well as supporting upcoming contract negotiations for our talented and hardworking teachers. 2, I ask that no other amendments be made to my contract, and with your approval, we move forward to focusing on the priorities in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ricky Smith. The one thing that I would like to add, and I will submit this to Patty as part of the record in our minutes. Pre-COVID, when we were all on a path with full funding on a school state fund and a hopeful $10 million approved SIA plan, and really excited about the work that we will still support, and we will make sure to the best of our ability happens. But at that time, I had requested to work with Rob Saxton, who does competitive analysis on looking at contracts for superintendents. And at that time, there was a comparison group: Ben Lapine, North Clackamas, Eugene, Medford, Gresham, Reynolds, Springfield, David Douglas. And then the analysis looked at their salary, which the lowest comparison was 209, the highest was 291, and Dr. Ricky Smith was at 214. And so the board had put a plan, or I, in terms of working, Director Fox as my vice chair, worked with me with that to try to get Dr. Ricky Smith, for her tremendous focus on equity and all the pieces that she is really trying to move forward in par with her group. So it is to her credit that recognizing that and the importance of staying focused on our staff, that she requested a 0 COLA as opposed to looking at a 3-year plan to make that correction. And I appreciate that as we look forward and we manage the budget, but I also wanted to recognize that we have work to do. I mean, the resolution work is heartfelt, and I actually will touch on that a little bit as I talk about the board expansion. But I just wanted to acknowledge that, and I'd certainly planned to discuss that when we were going to have that conversation and submit that for a public record. And I guess I'll ask additional board members. Dr. Ricky Smith, thank you. And again, you are, yes, we have work to do, and we've talked about that deeply, and that is serious work. But in 1 year's time, you brought in 4 women of color in leadership positions, one of those specifically to address the educator pipeline that is such a huge challenge. We had that conversation at TSPC today. Your focus on instruction that is driven specifically to attack the achievement and the opportunity gap. And I want to acknowledge those aspects of your work and your commitment via your contract to stay focused on those priorities. And I appreciate that so very much. Board members, to add to the comment before I call for a motion.
I would just like to add one comment, and that is, it's been this board's practice in the past when we have hired a new superintendent after they have done sort of a probationary period, if you will, to alter their contract, to give them some sort of a step raise, or to tighten the language of the contract, and for Dr. Ricky Smith to forego that after she has completed her 2 years, essentially her probationary period, is extraordinarily generous of her. And I think this district needs to acknowledge that foregoing a raise or a step is remarkable. And in a time of such crisis in our budget is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
And I just want to echo that, Sue, Dr. Sue, just your servant leadership, I know you mentioned that early on, that you were a servant leader, and this is just another example of that during this difficult time for so many losing their jobs and whatnot. Not too many people getting pay raises these times, right? So just appreciate your leadership.
Okay, if there's no further comment, I will, oh, Karen, I'm sorry.
I was just saying that it is our custom to negotiate the contract after the annual evaluation is completed. And after unanimously adopting an exemplary evaluation on May 18, we did work to create a contract that reflected that outstanding work. And because of the economy taking a huge downturn, it is extremely disappointing to not be able to take this opportunity to get our superintendent on par with her peers. I know in my heart that Superintendent Ricky Smith does not define herself by pay, but I do believe that society does define people by their pay, for good or bad. I believe that's true. And so, like I said, it's disappointing that the economy did what it did, and appreciate Dr. Sue forgoing any financial changes so that we can work to make the budget what it needs to be.
I'll just, I think my fellow board members expressed it appropriately. And I think what I will add is I think it sends a strong signal to other folks and employees in the district that this is a year ahead for us, and maybe more. So thank you for demonstrating that from the top of the district.
Thank you all for your comments. So Chair will entertain a motion.
I move that the Tigard-Tualatin School District Board of Directors ratify the agreement between the district and the superintendent as she modified.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded to adopt or approve the contract as modified. Any further discussion? Also, okay, once again, roll call. Director Bowman.
Aye.
Director Emerson.
Aye.
Director Fox.
Aye.
Director Zerchmead.
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. Okay, with that, we will continue. Sorry, guys, let me get back on my right page. With our recognition and good news. And I believe that will be Tracy.
It's actually me, Lisa Burton, to start out the meeting. But I'm going to present my screen, and then Tracy will follow with the second group. Are you all seeing operations team at work?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. And I have the privilege this evening for recognition and good news to appreciate and honor our operations staff. While most of us have been sheltering at home since March, most of our operations staff have continued to work in our buildings across the district. This beautiful slideshow created by Danny Gavaza, one of our administrative assistants in the operations department, shares some great images of what it looks like to clean and work in a COVID-19 environment. As we watch the slideshow, please welcome Operations Director Darren Bernard, Facilities Manager Kevin Montague, and Custodial Manager Mariana Scriva to share more about the work of these amazing staff members.
All right, good evening. Thank you, Lisa. And I'll let that play in the background while I do some talk. So we spent quite a bit of time going around and trying to catch our department doing fun things out in schools, and kind of a not so fun time. And so, but I'm just going to talk real briefly, then I'm going to turn it over to some of our managers. I just want to say, our operations department has been working since the pandemic started. They are considered essential employees, and so they did not skip a beat. They've just continued to do their work, and they've worked really hard and done some amazing stuff over this last couple months. We are ahead of schedule where we're at. from where we normally are at this time. And we've been able to do some things that we haven't been able to do for years. And so, just a couple highlights, and then, because I don't want to take away from what Kevin and Marianne are going to say, but I think our staff's really shown some real leadership this year, especially in this last several months when given the opportunity. They've really helped step up and plan what our schools need in order to stay safe when our students return. I know we have staff that have worked on designing check-in stations for each of our buildings. And then as our custodians see how those are working in the buildings, they're giving feedback and they're modifying those. So we'll have consistency across our buildings when kids do come back in the fall. We have another committee that we pulled together from our department that's working on all the PPE needed and helping with just finding it and pricing, because it's not very available at this point. And so they've done a really nice job with that. And we have a large group working on just the protocols for our staff and students when they are in the buildings, and things like including consistent signage across our buildings when folks return, social distancing queuing, some of the procedures for additional cleaning that's going to need to take place, and really just collaborating around best practices with their peers in other districts as well. We've had a lot of folks reaching out and, hey, what are you doing over in this district and stuff? So we've been able to share, and so that's been really great. And they've just really pulled together to work on some creative solutions to meet some of these challenges during this difficult time. One thing I want to mention is at one point we had over 40% of our staff that was out. And so our staff was super flexible, the ones that could stay and felt comfortable working. Every day they weren't maybe sure where they were going to be. We pulled different groups together to get certain schools done in certain areas. So super flexible, worked really hard and stepped up and did things that they normally don't do, on a regular basis. Also, with security, they've done a great job. Our 3 security folks at the high schools, along with Stace Shalita, working with our public. The community was not very and is not very excited about our campuses being closed right now. But our staff work really hard to secure our facilities where they can and try to communicate and work in partnership with our folks. And so I want to say thank you to our security, and then our managers as well are working long hours along with our employees. Their regular daily schedules stretch them just when they're in operations, and then you add on the additional work, and it's a lot for the bond, the COVID-19 stuff, and then all the planning to return to school. Taking into consideration of all this, they really have, they've extended themselves, but they're doing amazing work. And so I just want to say I'm very proud of them. I want to thank them, for all their hard work on this team. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to, Marianne, do you want to go first? And Kevin, do you want to close?
Sounds good to me.
Sure. I thought Kevin was going to go first. So as you can see by the slides, our team has been working really hard to get the schools clean and sanitized. They've cleaned all of the schools from top to bottom. And for those of you that don't know, what we do during the summer is we literally clean classrooms and schools from top to bottom. We start at the top of the classroom and go all the way down and clean and sanitize everything. So we've gotten all of the schools done so far. Currently, the floor team, we switched it up a little bit and kind of did things backwards this year to give the opportunity for people to come in and get their belongings and get things out to kids, get graduation, that type of thing done. So the carpet team has actually cleaned all the carpet in the middle schools, the high schools. They have done the carpet at the Hibbard admin, which we haven't had we've cleaned the carpet, but not as thorough as they've done this year. And they've done Metzger CFT, and they're currently on to Alberta Ryder. So they're doing a great job with that. As you saw in some of the slides, we're taking this opportunity since we are ahead of schedule and we have nobody in the schools, which is the first time in my time at the district that we have had nobody in school. So they're taking advantage of that and stripping and waxing floors. We've done probably, a ton more than what we typically do. Typically in a classroom or in a school, we'll do 4 or 5 classrooms during the summer, but this year we're doing complete schools. So I'm really proud of that group. And we've had the cleaning teams that have cleaned the schools are now currently helping with that process.
We're doing a lot of painting. You saw the team cleaning lockers. So now that kids have picked up their items, they've completely cleaned and sanitized the lockers. They provided graduation support. We're doing a lot of painting this year, interior and exterior. A lot more power washing. And we're looking at, we've got that warehouse full of furniture. We're looking at that and trying to see where we can match things up in the schools and change out some of the older furniture for some of the better quality stuff that we have in our district office warehouse. But most of all, this team has worked really hard to make sure that the schools are safe and sanitized for the people that have come in. They've gone behind people coming in and getting their items. Teachers that come in, like Darren talked about, we've set up stations in the front of the schools for sanitation and protocols, and they've been staying up on that and making sure everybody's following those protocols. So we're really proud of our group this year. They're working really, really, really hard, and they have not stopped, and they're continuing to do this work. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Marianne. Just to kind of go into on the operation maintenance side of stuff and grounds, it's been really challenging as everything is in the era of COVID. But one thing I can say is that I'm really super proud to be on a team that has been able to mobilize and look at the problem that we have in front of us and figure out a way to get the job done. It's been great to work with Marianne and Fausto and watch them change as new information comes out hourly or daily to get things done the way we need to do in the custodial side. And the help from the custodial group to the maintenance side has been phenomenal. If there's been a project that needs done, the custodians just jump in and help. And within the maintenance team, it doesn't matter if they're an HVAC specialist or a plumber, and they need to do something outside of their job description. I've heard no complaints. I've just heard, let's get it done and figure out a way to get it done. So it's been an absolute pleasure to work with this group of folks for the last year that I've been in the district. We've had a great opportunity with this. I know that's kind of hard to believe, but we have had a great opportunity with the COVID to get in and do things like Marianne said that we typically would not have had the opportunity to get to. Our plumber and HVAC guys have been working hand in hand to dismantle some heating ducting and areas so that the plumber can get in and get to a leak. Things that we just simply would not have had the time to do in a normal circumstance, and they had it. They knew what needed to be done, and they're really jumping in to do that and helping each other out. We've replaced boiler flues at Byram, taking that on as part of rather than putting that in the bond work, so we can do that in-house. And we've grabbed as much as we could to do bond work in-house to help save money for the district and further leverage the bond dollars as far as we can. We've taken some old mixing valves, not old in their age, but old out of the old auxiliary gym before it was torn down at Tigard. Our guys went in and took those out, about $2,000 a piece, and are currently installing them over at Fowler. So we're again leveraging dollars that we can, and it's been fun to watch as the guys work together in the different trades to get that done. Our clerical staff has been nothing short of amazing. They've been working on getting information to make it easier to work in the digital era and pull things up to know where. I've asked them to look at something and create maps to where if anybody walks in the building and says, I need to know where this is and what size the filter is that I need to change next week, they're going to be able to know how to do that by pulling that up and knowing exactly where to get to the unit and what size filter, what size belts, those types of things. Our clerical staff have been helping greatly with that. And then our grounds folks, they did a field renovation at Hazelbrook just before the COVID outbreak. Actually, we had just locked down when they finished that up. And they've been doing a great job trying to keep up with a really fast growing spring that we've had. But overall, I would just like to say just what a pleasure it has been for the last year to work with all of these amazing folks who really do have the best interest of TTSD at heart. So thank you.
Well, thank you all for that well-deserved Kevin, Marianne, and Darren recognition. I always have said this for many years, that those first impressions are also a lot about what people see when they drive up to our buildings and our facilities and our grounds. And Tigard-Tualatin schools have always been treated with just I think the highest level of respect of how we can make our facilities and our grounds look really very, very nice. So thank you for that. And I have to say that picture, I think of Josh and Orado as in another one. Darren knows, and Ben can comment on this too. Those guys, Packed with Pride, have been amazing supports for us, giving us all the cleaning resources, safety items that we need so that we can do this work appropriately and carefully with the appropriate safety procedures, and always with I'd say a joyful heart. Josh is always there working for us, whatever we need, with a smile. And I'm just so grateful for the whole team and what they do. And with that, I'll open it up for a board comment.
I'll just jump in and because Maureen, your brain was exactly where mine was. If you go into the Tigard High cafeteria right now, there's a 8.5 by 11 piece of paper with Josh and Gus's cell phone on it that I know Maureen and I, and probably Margie Green has Josh on speed dial at this point. All the little things, and again, just like always happy to help, and it just means a lot. And I know facility staff across the district are doing that kind of work, and it's incredible. The other thing I wanted to comment on this that was pretty moving to me was at the drive-through graduation ceremonies, the facility staff was there, and they put on the regalia, and they were cheering on the students as they were walking or as they were driving through too. I mean, they truly take their role in the TTSD organization seriously and support students, and that meant a lot to me, and I think it meant a lot to students too. So huge kudos to your department, Director Bernard, for all the work that you all are doing. Very impressive.
My thoughts went to that window of time when we were closed, but we thought we'd be able to reopen. And I know that there was a ton of effort, like get everything clean and safe so that the students and staff can come back to a safe environment. And obviously that didn't work out, but I know that there was a ton of hard work to try to get that to happen, to try to get all that work done so that it could happen, and then the shift. So I am incredibly grateful too that since we did have to be closed, that we were able to take advantage of all those extra things that don't fit in the short summer months. And so it's just fabulous to hear. And so thank you for being willing to do it and for actually doing it. So thank you, thank you.
Yeah, and not to repeat what everybody just said, but I just want to say that safety, security, cleanliness, everything, so much we take it for granted because it's just, our facilities always look so great and function very well that, until something goes wrong, we don't really notice how good it is. So I liken it to Disneyland, where we all just assume that everything's safe, but we never see all the people that make it happen. So I appreciate the opportunity just to recognize Kevin, Marianne, Dr. Bernard, and all your staff for just everything you do. And I love the pictures, seeing them all so hardworking. And there's so much, seems to be such a sense of ownership and pride. And I agree with Director Wolf that our facilities have always looked, and our grounds have always looked fantastic in my mind. And So it represents our community, I think. So thank you very much.
And I won't say anything more other than thank you. I know operations works so darn hard every summer, and this summer just feels like it's on steroids. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and the only other thing I wanted to comment, Darren, and you made the comment, again, being at Tigard High because of Pack with Pride, I know our security guards really did work very hard walking the grounds, and community members did not want to follow what the requirements were on closed facilities and our fields. And so I really appreciate them being professional, doing their work, but I know that there was conflict there with people that did not want to follow suit. So just a shout out to all of you for everything. So huge kudos. So do my little yay, but truly, thank you all very much. Yeah, like Ben Snap. So with that, then we will transition to our second good news. If I can find it on my agenda, No Place for Hate recognition, and Director Rose.
Thank you, Chair Wolf, and board. I have the honor this evening of celebrating some really hard work on behalf of our 3 of our schools. I'm going to pull up my screen here. We recently found out that 3 of our elementary schools, not elementary schools, 3 of our district schools, an elementary, a middle, and a high school, have earned the accreditation of No Place for Hate School. Bridgeport Elementary, Fowler Middle School, and Tigard High School. And at this point, I would like to call Zinnia to talk a little bit about the program and how it fits into our strategic plan.
Yeah, I think I'll just lean in on a couple of things around our goal this year for our building equity coordinators, and I might leave that open to Andy. I know Andy has been leading No Place for Hate for a little bit, so I'd love for him to kind of come in and share a little bit about the process. But we actually had some schools last year, Durham Elementary and Hazelbrook, that got accreditation for No Place for Hate. And our goal this year coming in with our building equity coordinators was to really think about how this work really aligns with our equity pillars. So part of the work requires us to work across stakeholders to build community and work towards a place where hate is not accepted in our school. And so our goal is to get to 100%, and that'll be our ongoing goal. So I'd love to leave that open to Andy if you want to come in and talk a little bit about the process. That would be great, and then other folks that are willing to share that.
So I guess working at Tigard High School last year and going through this journey to start that distinction in the secondary was incredibly powerful. And generally, there's a introductory commitment promise signature portion that occurs within the student body that tells the community and the No Place for Hate and the ADL that, hey, this is what's in our hearts and this is who we are. And one of those capstone projects in the past was a Student Voices Assembly, where students were able to talk behind kind of a shielded platform in an anonymous way to our entire student body and share their journey. That carried with me into this year in realizing we need this in all of the schools. So being able to join the faculty at Fowler Middle School to create and earn this distinction as a No Place for Hate has been incredibly rewarding. Now, it's been a unique journey in that it's COVID, and a couple of our projects that we had put forth we couldn't realize in this year's process, but it's something that we're going to continue on for next year. So the capstone for us, I felt in the time that we had live with our students this year, at the very beginning, we had an assembly. And if anyone's ever tried to be in a room with 860 8th graders, 7th graders and 6th graders, and expect them to be quiet for more than 5 minutes without being on Snapchat or maybe watching TikTok, it's a challenge. But in our process this year, kudos to Matt Kingsley and Joe Lyons, who are on here, and hopefully they can share a little bit. We were able to captivate for an hour our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students, 860 of them. They were riveted by this presentation, in which we had student speakers, we had Dr. McCall speak, we had 3 ex-Fowler students from Southridge, Aloha, and Tigard High School all come back when they heard about this to put on a performance and a dance. Correlation and Robert Hawthorne came over, and it was a magical, mesmerizing ceremony to highlight this opportunity for us to change our beliefs, to change our thoughts, and to change our hearts. So again, like I said, it's generally a 3 large project kind of component to work through for each school, but it's not intended as a one and done process. This very much is a distinction that we earn and we want to continue to keep. So with that said, I think Joe and Matt are here. Is there anything else that you guys would like to share of the work that you did with the affinity groups, with our No Plate for Hate team?
I'll just share briefly. It was a pleasure to do it, and it was great to get student involvement through the homeroom process and have the entire school signing the pledges. And, those were our statements of our values, what we believe. And I think those are good things that we can keep referring back to about, saying no to hate speech and discrimination in our school. So I'm a big supporter of the program and really enjoyed helping put it together. And it all started for me that the first time I heard of the campaign was at the board's listening session on hate speech back in the fall. So I'm glad that we went through that process. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just piggyback on Matt's start and Andy's start, that the conversations that the kids had around the school being not a place for hate grew over the course of the year. And where at the beginning of the year, maybe 1 or 2 kids would kind of bring it up, by the end of the year, before the closure, students that were struggling with something that they felt was generated by hate felt really comfortable coming to a lot of teachers and saying, we would like something done. We need your help with this. And I felt opening up that voice through No Place for Hate really set Fowler up to be successful in the future to make those changes that need to happen.
And I guess the final piece that I'll end with, even though this wasn't an official sanctioned activity for No Place for Hate, I believe the work that we did this year inspired our students, our BSU, our equity team to come forward and host a 3-school vigil just this past week to honor, celebrate, memorialize the lives that have recently been lost in the Black Lives Matter movement. And to watch these kids come together and own a project like this was unbelievable. And these are 8th grade students, 7th grade students coming together to put this on. So tons of pride in our kids helping get that message out and being comfortable and confident enough to find their voices. So I know there's other schools that would like to share. So thank you so much for the time this evening.
Thanks, Andy. I'm going to turn it over to Principal Mills.
Hi, everyone. We're excited to be here tonight. We're really excited about our designation, and you are frozen on my screen. I don't think I'm frozen on your screen, but if I am, will you just let me know? This was our first year with No Place for Hate, and we got off to a great start. We have a lot more to do still, but we really got the ball rolling this year, and we're excited about it. A couple of highlights that I just wanted to share were we had a community group that helped with our planning that included some of our staff and a lot of our community members, and it was a really diverse group of community members, both racially and philosophically, and it was just great. Everybody came together because we really, I think there was a real common understanding that our kids really needed this, and this was the best way to make a safe place for our students. And so I feel really good about the work that we did with that. Another highlight was really around our student leadership piece, and there was a picture just a minute ago. Our fifth graders, the student leadership group is called the Student Ambassadors, and they came in over the summer, and they started to vet our anti-bias lessons, and they read them all, and they gave us feedback on what they thought, whether or not they felt like this would be a good fit for Bridgeport. And then actually many of them stood up at our No Place for Hate assembly and spoke about their own identities and also about times when other children had made either positive or negative imprints on their hearts and minds, which is the language that we use. So it was a really powerful experience and really neat. And I just want to acknowledge a couple of people on the call. We've got David Jaimes and Julie Schmidt, and they're building equity coordinators, and they just did a phenomenal job there was so many layers to putting all of this together. And again, kind of like Andy said, this is not something we're going to do 1 year and then end. We're really building a foundation to continue to grow over the course of the next several years. And if it weren't for the work that they put in, this wouldn't have been possible. Also, he's not here, but Dr. Jordan Carr is our counselor psych, and his work with our student leadership group was really critical in terms of them kind of paving the way for the rest of the students. And I think it's important to recognize him. It's also important to recognize Ania because she advised us constantly as we kept bumping into little barriers, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without her. And I also just wanted to thank Dr. McCall because she was able to connect us to some resources for our professional development. So our whole staff actually really deserves recognition for this, to be honest. They did a ton of work on implicit bias and microaggressions and how to have difficult conversations in your classroom, and really setting things up so that they will be ready to teach these lessons. So they vetted the lessons, they customized the lessons, they made a scope and sequence, and they were willing to put the needs of the students first, even when it was uncomfortable. And I'm really pleased with the progress that we made this year, knowing that we have a lot more work to do, still a lot more to do. So I don't know if David or Julie would like to share, or if we should turn it over to the next one.
I can say something. Just basically want to say thank you to Jordan because she was able to guide us through this process, and thank you to Julie for being such an amazing partner through all of this. Her and I, we were able to work with the staff and with Mills, with Mrs. Mills, sorry, and we were just just able to rally the troops and do this for the kids, because that's what the work is about, is doing it for the kids. Keeping them at the forefront of our minds was always one of the things that we did, and just making sure that the school felt welcoming for them.
Yeah, the only thing I would add was that it really was a whole school effort. Everybody really jumped on board with our anti-bias lessons and helped contribute a lot to that, as Jordan said. And it was also really rewarding to work with a wide variety of our community members through this process too. And I think Jordan did a wonderful job with her leadership in that, and that was, I think, really powerful, and I think a good foundation for us going into the future. And so it was rewarding to be part of the work, and hoping we can implement a lot of the things that we were hoping to do in the future.
Thanks, Bridgeport team. I'm going to now turn it over to Tigard High School and Principal Bailey.
All right, thank you guys for having us here. I just have a few quick things, because it really is a lot of what's been said at Bridgeport and at Fowler remains true at Tigard. And being the new guy this year, there's a whole work of research that goes into whatever you see first in your building. When you walk in the main doors of a building, what you see first is what you value. What you see hung up on the walls is what's important to you. And it's a little bit different, but very similar. When you're the new guy coming in, the first t-shirt you get or the first set of t-shirts that somebody gives you really speaks volumes about what's important in a school community. And I will never forget, it was like week 1 or 2 on the job. I'm all alone trying to figure out what in the heck I'm doing. And I had some student leaders from our No Place with Hate come in, present me with a t-shirt and said, this is what this means at Tigard High School. And we sat down and talked for an hour, hour and a half. These are the expectations we have as you of a leader. These are the expectations we hold each other accountable to. And it was such a cool thing to have that be one of the first experiences that I had as the principal at Tigard High. And it continued throughout the entire year. Huge shout out to our building equity coordinators, Rob Parness and Gigi. I know Rob couldn't be here today, but I see Gigi in the call. And then when we've talked a lot in recognition tonight about the unsung heroes, and I want to specifically call out Maya Klug, our academic engagement specialist through AmeriCorps. Maya, we could not have done this without you and your leadership. I'm never, ever wanting any recognition, but I'm giving it to you right now. I won't make either of you say anything if you don't want to, but just hugely proud of the way that you lead kids, but also encourage kids to be leaders themselves and lead each other. And when you think of a lot of our clubs and a lot of our organizations and a lot of work that happens in schools, and especially in high schools, becomes very siloed. And this group focuses on this one thing, and this group does something else. And what No Place for Hate has done at Tigard High School is literally infiltrated all of our groups. And you see the byproduct of No Place for Hate through our Tigard-Tualatin Student Union, through our affinity groups, through our leadership classes, through the amazing amount of time and energy that went into developing Unity Day. And I know Andy talked a lot about kind of the capstones. And one of the things that I'm excited for as we move forward and move into next year is that we're going to start the year in some way, shape, or form with one of those capstones. And rather than being like an end of the year celebration of diversity and anti-racism, like at the end of the year, we're going to do it at the beginning and set the foundation for everything that we're going to try to accomplish. And I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be a part of it. Thank you for your leadership, and I'm so proud of you. And a huge thank you to Andy Van Fleet for really, working on this and allowing me to kind of come in and ride a few of these coattails, because by this time in the game, it's starting to be a pretty well-oiled machine. Always room for growth, always room for improvement, but it's one of those things that makes my heart happy. And it's something that's one of those t-shirts that I can wear every day to school if I wanted to, with pride, because we live it. We don't just have a few things up on the wall or collect a few signatures. We try every single day to be our best human beings and live what No Place for Hate is asking of us to do. I will open it up to Gigi and Maya, but please do not feel pressure. I know you guys are don't always like the spotlight, but thank you. Love what you do, and if you would like to say some words, we can leave you some space for that.
Thank you, Brian. No, it was great. It's been a great experience. It's new to Tigard High, and I love the work that was done before. So I love also the PD we did in December for hate speech and the protocol we created, which I think was extremely important to pair up with what we were doing before. But again, kudos to Maya, and I just have to say something. That little picture is me at, it was an amazing event at Fowler, and those are my little ones that were my kindergarten group when they were back in kindergarten, so I love that picture. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you, too, for giving the space for the kids. I know some of them are pretty bummed about Unity Day, but most of our kids in No Place for Hate wanted to speak, so just thank you for giving the space to the kids.
All right, thanks everyone. I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Wolf.
Thank you, Maya. I appreciate what you said about Unity Day. I think all of us that were there at Tigard High were pretty disappointed for the students and for our own opportunity to learn that day. It was very disheartening. And so this is so encouraging to hear about. And I want to thank you all for being the champions in your schools to really carry these messages and integrate these activities. And I will say, as you all are well aware of the work we did 2 weeks ago. And so I think as we move forward with our hate speech policy and the work that's happening in our schools, I hope there's opportunity to look at the pieces from the No Place for Hate that are successful and try to bridge where there's still disconnects of where students who shared 2 weeks ago and where they are. And so I think this is a great opportunity to build some foundation and start those honest conversations about what's happening in our schools and fill the gaps. And so I will turn it over to the rest of the board for their comments as well. But thank you all. So appreciate hearing about the tremendous work that you're putting forth in your buildings. So thank you.
I just want to thank everybody. So when I first came on the board 2 years ago, at the end of the year, No Place, the Anti-Defamation League came and presented to its Durham Education Center back then. So I think they were the first, if I'm not mistaken. But it's neat to see, the reason I mention that is because it's neat to see the momentum building over time and how this kind of the grassroots people seeing the value of this within our schools and seeing it spread kind of organically as we see the value and people sharing the successes and going about it in different ways and learning from that. So I'm really excited about the work and just excited about seeing it continue to be rolled out. And I just applaud you all because this stuff is messy. And I love that, Jordan, you got your community involved and parents and tried to kind of represent everybody. And so some kudos to all of you. Thank you so much for willing to dive into this tough stuff.
And I would just like to make 2 points. One, I had the privilege of volunteering at Bridgeport in David Ennis's class, and it was neat to see this sort of stuff in action on the ground because he's an amazing teacher and he really did bring it to the kids. And you could what Brian was saying earlier about the atmosphere of the school when you walk in, you can feel it. You could feel it at Bridgeport. I could certainly feel it at Bridgeport. The second thing I want to say is the competitive side of me wants to point out, because nobody else did, that 3 of the 6 schools on this list are Tigard-Tualatin schools. 2 of them are in Seattle, one's in Oregon City. We are half of the schools on this list this year, and I think that speaks volumes to how seriously this district takes this issue.
I will just briefly extend my thank you to all the staff who were involved in making this possible. And what I love about this, and Maya, you kind of spoke to this, is it creates a platform for students to be at the forefront and leading the culture change, because we all know culture change isn't a top-down process. It's investing in the students and the folks in the building. So great work. Really proud of all the work that you all did and appreciate it very much.
I was thinking about Principal Van Fleet's comment about seeing the need and the desire to have this at all of our schools. So I'm thrilled that at least one school at each level has been able to go through the process, because I have a feeling it looks different for elementary versus middle versus high. I'm sure the tenets are the same, but the actual process and the communication used with the different levels. So to have leaders and examples, and I'm sure they're willing to share their process, but maybe even some improvements if they would want to do it differently. And so exciting that groundwork is there and can be taken and run with. So thank you.
Well, unmute myself. Well, I think Director Rose, would that be it? Okay. Well, again, just another thank you, and just really appreciate just the positive messages to head us off into what will still be a very busy summer, but great work to everyone. Thank you all very much. So with that, we will move to Superintendent and Board Communication. And Dr. Ricky Smith, do you have anything to share?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, I'm going to start my comments out this evening with a shout out to Principals Bailey and Delerba and their graduation planning teams. And I want to name them specifically because these teachers, on top of all of the heavy lifting around instruction and the work that you heard this evening, reported on this evening relative to our secondary work for our seniors, I think it is important to call them out by name. And so from Tigard High School, Principal Bailey, Angelita Miller, Katie McKee, Connie Jolly, Lynette Bigelow, Donna Kirkring, Hillary Courier, Brenda Anderton, Mark Rodriguez, Aaron Leiniger, Sherry Balcom, Jason Ashley, Christy Goodell, and Mackenzie Colson. From Tualatin, I wish to call out Principal DeLurbo along with Marie Shaklos, Becky Beeler, Shem Malone, Brenna White, and Margie Ruzika. All totaled, rough count, 420 Tigard High School graduates received their diplomas, and approximately 400 plus at Tualatin. So that is a huge day of celebrating, and it was wonderful all the way around. So well done again to those teams. I also want to highlight the governor's Juneteenth proclamation last Friday, moving this day forward as a day of honor that should be celebrated by all Oregonians in the years to come. And the Supreme Court decisions last week affirming LGBTQ work rights and DACA. TTSD stands with and celebrates alongside our dreamers as the Supreme Court's ruling affirms their rights. This ruling allows both for renewal of DACA status as well as opens doors once closed for our students who have not yet realized this opportunity. Regarding summer meal sites and operations, ODE has indicated USDA has extended the waiver for reimbursement of meals delivered from June 30th to August 27th. This opens up the opportunity to extend meal sites as we have done during the regular school year. And as our bus drivers do not work on the summer, the food staff will prepare the meals. And then we are working currently on how to transport those meals into those extended apartment sites. And last piece that I would like to touch on this evening is to continue the conversation relative to anti-racist district resolution and the next steps. Dr. McCall and team are going to continue their work outlined this evening as part of your work session, as well as outlined here relative to No Place for Hate, with staff, students, parents, and community during the summer. That will inform best practices for addressing and ending hate speech and actions in our schools that will be implemented in the fall when students return. This will be in conjunction with your work as you write the hate speech board policy. I wish to acknowledge also Tigard High School coach Ralph Green's work with OSAA and ODE regarding addressing hate speech in OSAA sports and extracurricular activities statewide. I am grateful for his offer to meet with me this week to discuss that work and how best to wrap the language he, OSAA, and ODE crafted for OSAA into TTSD's hate speech procedures, as well as guide staff professional development on addressing hate speech in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you for that continued work as the board will discuss how we move forward with the policy itself. So I,
if I might for just 1 minute, I also want to put a point here that it is not just the day-to-day interaction relative to the classroom, the brick and mortar that we'll discuss this evening, but that also includes distance learning and virtual spaces as well. So it will be an all-encompassing process.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And I did ask the board to send me their summer schedules, and we won't talk so much about that tonight, but I will be possibly working with Dr. Ricky Smith to maybe see if on July 13th as a little bit of an extension for us to kind of step back in and go, what is it with the policy, just as a starting conversation, right? And that we would do that at our organizational meeting in July to then look ahead for the summer, what that means for us. So just to kind of give you all a heads up on that. I do want to use my time, and then I will pass it on to the rest of the board members. Yesterday, I was made aware of the change.org movement around the expansion of the board. And I know that a lot of people have chimed in on public comment. I've been in meetings today, so I haven't really read them yet. But when I saw the change.org movement, I was surprised. And I read my cover sheet again, and it is not clear. So what I wanted to do at this point is share my thinking and then continue obviously with the conversation during report and discussion. But I will be honest that expanding the board has been something I've been thinking about for several years. The purpose of doing that, my why, is to really have an opportunity to expand the voice, the thinking, and given our role, our conversations, our actions 2 weeks ago, and this sense of urgency. And I thought this is an opportunity for us to explore expansion and really those in our district that are so deeply dedicated to our equity work, have walked along with us with our SSA activities to sit with us as we make decisions. And I thought we can do this and we can make this work. And as the cover sheet talks about, the board has the right clearly to expand. And then the law is not clear on the role of appointing. Clearly it would be to run an election in May. And then I put a pause button on it. I realized with everything that was happening in the fall that was a lot to ask. So my intent for this evening is purely a report and discussion, to be transparent, to have that conversation about what would that look like, and have that topic. And again, my focus was, given the work that is so critical as we move forward in this year with the policy, the budget, SROs, curriculum, hybrid learning, it was a huge interest of mine. And what I hope will be part of our report and discussion conversation is, how do we reach out? How do we speak to community and really understand what those opportunities might be? So the purpose is to apologize. It's been a little busy. I kicked it out too quickly, and I didn't step back and read it as an outside reader, how they would interpret that. So with that, I will turn it to the rest of the board.
I can start if nobody else wants to jump in. So I just wanted to make touch on three items really quickly. First, to echo Dr. Stu's comments about the graduation ceremonies, I was just really impressed with how it went. I truly was not sure going in the experience was going to be like. And I also want to include Principal Romas' drive-through celebration for Creekside as well. I think all three high schools did a fantastic job. I was talking to Dustin O'Donnell at Tualatin, a Tualatin teacher at the Tualatin graduation ceremony. He said he loves metaphors, and the metaphor he was talking about was it was pouring down at our COVID graduation. The other part of that metaphor is, Brian Bailey probably still has a sunburn on his face because he was out handing diplomas in super hot weather, with fogged up sunglasses. So really exceptional work by the teams at the high schools who made those ceremonies happen. The feedback that I've heard from students and parents was that the drive-through graduation was, as or more impactful than they thought a traditional ceremony would be. So that's a pretty remarkable achievement for the secondary team. So great work to everyone there. The second thing, I think some of these comments have gone to the full board. Some I've heard just individually. There's definitely been an uptick in people engaging with the school board since COVID happened, and a few things have been brought up. That the themes that I'm hearing is about accessibility of school board information documents, and so I just wanted to note a few of those just so everyone else had heard them. One was that board documents are hard to see or access on cell phones. Sometimes it looks different when you're accessing on a cell phone than on a desktop. And as many of you know, cell phones are the primary internet accessibility point for a lot of lower income families. So I think that's something worth noting, and I would love to be able to streamline that. I've had several requests, as I think most of you have too, about people wanting the ability to call or video in for their public comments rather than having them read, which is, I know, a challenge, but I think other jurisdictions are messing around with ways that they can do that. And then finally, and this was something I had not thought about before, was people have said that it's hard to access what decisions the school board actually made, and that if you're not familiar with how meeting minutes work or what the format is, then those documents can be hard to parse through or figure out what the actual decision points were. So I just wanted to highlight those accessibility items. And then the final thing I wanted to touch on, and I think we all have probably been doing some reflection since the last board meeting. I certainly have. And, I've been spending some time trying to process through why was it that at the end of that experience, I think many adults in the district felt like it was a win, and including myself. At the end of the meeting, I felt happy and gratified that we passed that resolution. But almost across the board, the students that I've spoken to did not have a good experience, and felt jaded and disappointed by the process. And I've been talking to them about that, have been, doing internal reflection. And I just wanted to share the thinking that I've arrived at. And I think, and I went back and watched some of the meeting, which I think others have done too, just to try to get a better sense. But I think if you look at what happened, there was a lot of defensiveness from adults, people wanting to justify or explain where we're at, kind of to sort of prove to students that we do care. And I think coming from a really positive place, I think there's this desire to defend ourselves and to defend our district and to defend the student staff and administrators who make up the district. But I think the problem is it's easy to acknowledge systemic racism exists, but it's harder to reflect on what role each of us individually and our district, frankly, have played in creating systemic racism and perpetuating it. And I think if you go back and look, we didn't do a good job of the sort of personal responsibility part as a district. And I think that is why a lot of the students, I think, are feeling disconnected from the work that happened, even though it was a win for them, for the work that they started. So I just wanted to share that. And, this is something that I think all of us, and I include myself in this, am trying to improve on and spend a lot of time reflecting. But I think, the work that they did and continue to do is really inspiring to me. And I want all students, and particularly the students who are spending their Monday evenings on Zoom calls watching school board meetings, to feel like they are part of the process and that they're listened to. And I hope that we can build on the work that was started. But I think we need to be really intentional about listening and not just responding and not just explaining and not just justifying, but really listening and trying to correct our own thinking and behavior when we recognize insufficiencies. So I just wanted to share that as my processing, as I imagine other board members may want to talk about that meeting as well. But thank you for the floor.
So Ben, I appreciate your feedback and yeah, truly. And the only thing that I wanted to let you know is I agree on the board accessibility questions, and had chatted already, Patty and Sue and Susan Bernard, about we have to do this a different way. So just to make that transition in July, to have audio submissions for public comment. So totally agree. So I want you to know that, yeah, I agree that there's, and I know that Patty, having that conversation about cell phone accessibility and making it more mobile friendly. So fair feedback. So thank you for that. So for other members.
So I think I was the only board member who didn't get to go to graduation in person, but I did watch it online, both of them. Both Tigard and Tualatin, and there was a neat ceremony. Both of them were really good. And I heard the same feedback that Director Bowman heard, that some parents felt like it was even better than a traditional formal graduation. There was a much more familiarity and warmth to it. My only concern was there might have been a little too much familiarity and warmth. I saw our principals hugging an awful lot of unmasked students, which gave me pause, but that's all right, that's their purview. I did want to talk about some of the concerns I've heard this week regarding last board meeting, and specifically the board resolution. First of all, I just want to say I failed last week to sufficiently say thank you to the student leaders who put together the draft resolution for the board's consideration. A lot of heart and hard work and careful thought went into that, and I want to make sure to thank them. I was pleased and proud that the board passed the resolution. It meets the first criteria that the board uses for its decisions, which is what is best for students. But last meeting, due to, in part, I think, the imperfect format of the online meetings, there was insufficient time for the board to do its job and have a full discussion of the resolution during our public work session. A really important criteria for board work is to not make hurried decisions. particularly when the content being discussed might lead to emotions running high. And I think we as a board failed to go slowly enough so that all voices could be heard clearly. We were dealing with a weighty resolution and trying to get it done in one meeting. And I know I, for one, felt very rushed. And it's fair to say that I got snippy. And I apologize for that. Part of the problem for me was that we were being asked to adopt a document as a board resolution. This was not brought forward as a joint student board resolution, but as a board resolution. 3 of the board members had not had any hand in conceiving or writing or providing input to the proposed resolution. And a board resolution is the board's work. And I take seriously my role as a board member to do that work thoughtfully. So I guess I just want to close by reminding everybody that, we talked earlier, conversations are a natural way we think together. And we expect it to get messy at times. And I think last board meeting was a prime example of us having a conversation to think together and it getting messy. And I think we need to rededicate ourselves to lending grace to each other, board members, staff, members of the community, because these are challenging times and we need to band together. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Jill. Director Emerson or Director Fox?
Yeah, I'll piggyback on to Jill's statements, just saying that I questioned whether my response was defensive or even prideful, right? Because Director Bowman, it's almost like a doctor, Director Bowman, you and I worked on that statement for several months, and so it was a surprise for me to see the resolution have built on what we had done. And so I have questioned myself about, whether I was defensive or whatnot. But and I've had a number of people reach out to me, which I really appreciate. People reaching out to me for understanding about my vote. So I was the only no vote on it. But I just want to say that, in short, I really don't. I still believe that the resolution did not go far enough, and I don't think it went far enough fighting racism. And the reason why is that there was critical actions in that hate speech statement that were absent, and you have to dig in. I appreciated the fact that someone mentioned, I think it was Gigi mentioned, the professional development, how they sat down, figure out what we're going to do about it. It's all those difficult steps. And so what I thought was missing in the resolution was the clear definition of hate speech across the district. So we're consistent. A consistent system of accountability. That means teachers enforcing whatever we think hate speech is, enforce that consistently. We talked in the hate speech statement about a better system of tracking of hate speech, bullying, and racist incidents, because our current systems, as I learned when we were creating it, are really insufficient. And then lastly, and I think I was pleased to hear, in the No Place for Hate, is that we need a place for students to practice civil discourse and have models in our school to resolve disputes, discuss differences, and into policing values. And I really think that's more of a preventative part of this whole thing, because, as we know, social media is like the opposite. So as I marched last week and pondered, I think I'm even more convinced these actions are essential. And so looking ahead, I really hope that these will be implemented next year as part of our policy, or whatever we want to call it. Because I don't believe change happens through words, as we've discussed, or hasty actions. It's going to be uncomfortable, messy, as some of the people involved in the No Place for Hate had mentioned. But it's essential to our community. Let's continue to stand to fight racism and hate speech. And I look forward to just the continued collaboration that we've begun with our students of color and our community members. So I just wanted to make that, as long as we brought it up, I thought I'd mention that. Thank you. Oh, one more thing I just want to say about the graduations. I thought it was a great way to wrap up the year, because it was so celebratory and had a very personal touch with each student. And I just really, even though it was pouring rain in the morning and hot in the afternoon, I just enjoyed every minute of it. And I just want to thank you. I can't tell you how many, we've had several parties in our neighborhood, and a couple of them said, we like this better. So we might have started something new. So anyway, a shout out to all those that doctors recognized.
Director Emerson?
I will thank all of the staff. I know Dr. Sue mentioned a few of them, but I know it's expanded because I was able to participate in actually 4 drive-through ceremonies because we started with our RISE program graduation in addition to Creekside and then Tigard-Tualatin High, and to come up with the drive-through scenarios and what they look like and what it had to look like to follow the executive order. It was wonderful. As a board member, I do usually get to see the kids' faces when we get diplomas, so I do normally get to see the kids' excitement of the huge step that they're taking. But the drive-through ceremony, I got to see the parents' pride up close as well. So to see both of that happening was a neat experience. So thank you to everybody who made those events happen.
Okay. So I think that is it. I know we have a lengthy public comment, and as Director Bowman suggested, and I agree, going forward in July, hope to have that set up so there are audio submissions, and that's how we'll manage public comment going forward. With that, Director Zerchny has volunteered to read, so hopefully Jill, let us know at any point that you need someone else to read for you. So just as a reminder, speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations or programs, but the board will not hear complaints concerning specific district personnel, and comments are limited to 3 minutes. And with that, so how the process works is I set my timer, Jill reads it, and I'll leave myself off of mute. So then hopefully she can hear the timer should the comment extend beyond 3 minutes. And okay, Director Zerchny, go ahead and start.
Okay. Our first public comment is, what is the need to remove such clause? The clause ensures that school boards can dismiss ineffective superintendents, especially those who aren't working towards the district goals. Omitting this clause gives possibility to passively employing an unproductive superintendent, which ultimately slows the progress of the district. In the interest of advancing an equitable education by hiring successful administrators, please keep Article 12E in Dr. Suriki Smith's contract.
Oh, okay.
The second public comment is sorry?
Jojo, sorry.
Is from Emily Tran. The omission of Article 12E in Dr. Suriki Smith's contract would allow the school board to fail in hiring administrators that progresses the district's goals. The clause does not need to be used. It speaks only of a possibility. Removing the clause compromises the school board in the event that Dr. Sue underperforms, essentially permitting a bad administrator to slow the work of creating an equitable education. If the board truly has the stakeholders' interests at heart, it would keep Article 12E. Sorry, yeah, did I say that was Emily Tran? I'm sorry.
I think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Number 3 is from Isabel Van Cleek. Dear board members, my name is Isabel Van Cleek, and I'm an 11th grader at Tigard High School and also a student of color. I am writing to share my concern over the proposal to appoint two new members to the school board. I believe that it is of utmost urgency that the board increases in size. Then it definitely needs to go through the democratic process in the community. The school board is already a non-diverse, non-representative body. I appreciate the work the board does, but to allow the current members to simply appoint new directors seems like a risk in terms of maintaining the status quo of an all-white, all-privileged board of directors. I realize that being a school board member is not a popular or sought-out job, and there may not be a diverse group of citizens wanting to run, which would be a huge hurdle. However, the act of appointing new members without community votes is undemocratic and unfair. I believe the board does not need to add 2 members and should be focused on the anti-racist resolution and the success of hate speech policy and culturally responsive curriculum, rather than concerning itself with expansion right now. By focusing on the expansion, it reveals that the addition of 2 more board members is of higher priority than our students of color. The focus needs to be redirected to the implementation of the hate speech policy and culturally responsive curriculum to show our students of color that you see them. The student and parents are watching to see if this resolution is just paper or will result in actual action from the people in power. So far, it appears that the students are the ones the most invested, and we are counting on you to make these policies real and put them into place in the schools. Thank you for your time. The next public comment I am not going to read because it violates the board's guidance regarding not hearing complaints concerning specific district personnel. Do you want me to identify the author of the, just so that this person knows?
I would say that that would be appropriate because if they were in person, they would be up and introducing themselves before they started.
Okay, this is from Todd Gentry. Okay. The next is from Corin Hartnell. My name is Corin Hartnell, and I just graduated from Tigard High School. I'm extremely frustrated to hear about the plan for the school board to self-appoint 2 new seats. This FRD-type court-packing scheme feels like a deliberate action to silence the voices of students. It is extremely unnecessary and undemocratic. The school board members are voted positions that we already struggle to fill with many candidates running unopposed. However, if the board does feel that there is a need for 2 new board members, they should be appointed by the people to fit their needs rather than by the board to fit their agenda. As a student who's also a member of the LGBT community, this feels like a huge waste of time and a privilege-filled slap in the face when this time and energy could be spent drafting a zero-tolerance hate speech policy so that other students don't have to hear the F-slur in the halls, diversifying our curriculum so more students can see themselves reflected in the content they learn at school, or literally anything else that benefits minority students amid the current climate of our country. Your response to current events should be focused around how you as a school board can be better for our students of color, not trying to self-appoint new positions. I urge you to stop this motion and uphold democracy.
Yep, go for it.
Okay. My name, oh dear. My name is John Weber. I teach government at Tigard High School. Next year will be my 20th year as a Tigard-Tualatin School District teacher and 30th year overall as a teacher. I write to comment on the proposal to expand the TTSD school board to 7 members. The explanation for this from Chair Wolf to the board says the goal is increasing the voices, knowledge, and experiences engaging directly with the board's work. Would increasing the board from 5 to 7 members increase the voices? Likely it would. 7 voices are more than 5 voices, obviously. Does that mean it's in the best interests of students, families, educators, and the public in TTSD? I don't know. What I do know is that this board and this district are big on process. Almost always that process is deliberate, not rushed and transparent. Oh, excuse me, not rushed and transparent, not secretive. Almost always that process involves solicitation of input from a variety of stakeholders. Has that been the process for this proposal? I don't think so. Why not follow the same process for this important proposal? Have students, families, educators, and the public been given an opportunity to weigh in on this proposal? If so, when and what did they say? Have there been efforts to talk to school board members in other districts that have increased their board from 5 to 7 members recently to find out the pros and cons? If so, when and what did they say? What is the rush? Are you planning to discuss tonight and then meet soon to pass a proposed motion in a special session? I'll return to the question I asked at the start of this public comment. Is expanding the TTSD school board from 5 to 7 members in the best interest of students, families, educators, and the public? I still don't know, and I don't think this board knows either. Please follow a process to get to that answer. Do it right. Don't just do it now. Thank you. That's John Weber, Tigard High School teacher. Next one is from Dylan McCann. As a teacher in the TTSD district, I am concerned about 2 of the board's agenda items in today's meeting. I do not feel like the actions taken today are in consideration of our community or teaching staff. First, I'm concerned about increasing the board to 7 members in such a hasty manner. Our school board is supposed to be representative of our community and students. Currently, it is not, and the community needs to have a say in who is speaking for them. I do not believe that the board should have the power to appoint members of their choosing. This does not reflect the core idea of the community having representation of their school district. If the board wants to increase to 7 members, they should do so in May, when elections can be held for all open positions. The TTSD community should have buy-in. Furthermore, I'm concerned that increasing the board to 7 members will diminish the impact and voice of the students in the board. What is the board doing to make sure that the student voice is continued to be heard and valued? Second, every district superintendent should be answerable to the school board. It is one of the board's key.
That's 3 minutes.
Okay. Really?
Did you guys reset it? Do you think that seemed fast? I'm sorry.
That seemed fast. I only got through.
Apologies.
Sorry.
Thank you for catching it.
Every district superintendent should be answerable to the school board. It is one of the board's key responsibilities to ensure that the superintendent is acting in accordance with the voice of the community represented with the school board. Almost every school district in the country has a clause in their contracts to make them answerable to the school board. It is the school board's job to maintain that the district is being led that best supports our community, and this would significantly reduce the school board's ability to do so. Please explain why this clause is being taken out of the contract.
So I want to apologize. I think I didn't reset after John, so my apologies on that. So thank you.
No worries. I can tell by how long on the page it is, how long it's going to be.
Sure.
I was going to say, do you want help with timing? We could switch back.
No, it's okay. I was just thinking about John's comments, and I appreciated it. And anyway, so my bad.
Okay. This one is from Sophie Brands. Board members, I want to start by thanking you for your commitment to using an equity lens and for passing the anti-racist resolution. That is a necessary step in the right direction. However, I also feel that I must speak up about the coming vote to create 7 board seats and to appoint 2 of them for the rest of the term. I feel strongly that this would be a harmful decision to our district and community as a whole. I understand the need for more diverse leadership in TTSD, but that goal does not have to be achieved by compromising democracy within the district. Voters have the right to choose who gets to represent them, and taking away that right through appointing 2 board members is, in my opinion, an abuse of power. We as voters must be able to make decisions on who represents us. If the board believes that having 7 seats is best, I urge you all to defer that decision to the voters, as we are the ones who it will affect most. This one is from Darlene Perkins. To the board, my niece attends Alberta Rider and my nephew will in a few years. I am also a voter within the district. I witnessed the anti-racist resolution process and was disturbed that it took so much to get it passed. Those poor kids having to fight for something that in all honesty should have been created by you years ago. Now you are proposing to add 2 more seats to the table that you picked yourselves. As a voter and active family member of a student, this does not sit well with me. I strongly feel that the board members should be elected and not appointed. We do need fresh faces, but not more seats. In a perfect world, some of you would consider resigning, but I am not interested in seeing who you would appoint yourselves, as you've completely lost my trust as a voter, community member, and family member to a student that you can directly affect. I urge you to remove this option and await the next election to seek diversity that the community elects, not that you can groom and appoint. Regards, Darlene Perkins. The next public comment is from Keely Idell. To the board, as you may or may not know, many in the community witnessed the last board meeting on Monday, June 8th. I personally watched in shock regarding your behavior towards the students when the students had to write and propose our district's first anti-racist resolution. The fact that the board did not make the process easy, enjoyable, or positive for these students is hard to swallow. But let's not forget that the one board member that outright voted no. It was hard to believe that after years of reported racist behavior within the district, it took the students themselves to write this resolution. My feelings were further exasperated when you announced the resolution as if it were your own, giving the students 0 credit or acknowledgement. As a board, you've completely lost my trust, and now I'm watching your every move. The next being bringing to a vote to remove Clause 12E, unilateral termination of contract, in the TTSD superintendent's contract, which currently gives the board the ability to terminate the superintendent's contract. Isn't this one of your primary functions, to keep the superintendent accountable and in line with the community's vision? At the very least, we deserve an explanation why this would ever be removed. It does not translate as an ethical decision. I can see no justifiable reason to remove this clause. I understand you conducted an audit that confirmed most superintendents' contracts in Oregon include this clause, and to remove it would be abnormal. I will not support a board or any of the members who vote to remove this clause. I realize you can't see those watching the Zoom meetings due to a COVID, but I assure you there are many concerned parents paying better attention than ever. Regards, Keely Idle. I hope I'm saying that right. I apologize if I'm not. It might be Edel. The next public comment is from Leah Fittner. I have always loved and supported this school district and have gone above and beyond through my volunteer support and fundraising. I have always defended the district and purposely chose to remain in our district when many others chose to opt into an adjacent district. I am also a part of a growing number of extremely concerned parents regarding some recent decisions our district and board are making. Each family has to make their own decisions, but I am sad to see valued community members of our district choosing alternative educational options due to these decisions. I also think it is in extremely poor taste / unethical to make these major decisions without parent, student, teacher feedback and under the umbrella of COVID. If the district has major decisions to make, I implore you to make these decisions when your constituents have a voice and not during a global pandemic. The timing on these decisions is horrible and seems opportunistic. Number one, we do not support the elimination of 9th, 10th advanced English. We are lowering the bar for our high school students instead of raising the bar for all students. The goal has become higher graduation rates and not setting kids up for success beyond high school. Number two, we do not support the elimination of advanced placement math of 6th graders. While most students do need to be placed in 6th grade math, there are always exceptions. My oldest child was not a good fit, and this level would not have been teaching to his ability as outlined in his educational plan. Isn't it the district's responsibility to teach all children at their level? Number three, we do not agree to or support the addition of 2 new board seats to be appointed / filled by existing board members without a public vote. There is simply no reason / rush to appoint pre-selected people without election. Number four, we do not agree to the removal of Clause 12E, unilateral termination of contract, in the TTSD superintendent's contract, which currently gives the board the ability to terminate the superintendent's contract. There needs to be checks and balances in place, and this eliminates those. In conclusion, you need to ensure information is clear to all of your school population. It is not okay to slide this in during a time when parents are overwhelmed with many aspects of their lives. I am all for equity, but I am being tired of this being used as an excuse for everything. Thank you for your time, Leah Fittner. Quick break. The next public comment is from Beth Sethi. Please reverse the decision to eliminate Advanced 7 Math for 6th graders and Advanced English for 9th graders. Students in TTSD working above grade level already lack sufficient coursework that is both meaningful and challenging. These 2 offerings, while not enough, have been essential to keep qualified students somewhat equitably challenged. Our 7th grade daughter has excelled on the advanced math track and has been looking forward to an advanced English option in high school. We are dismayed at the watering down of the curriculum, a result of removing this option. Please also halt plans to appoint 2 additional board members by the board at this time. The school board is to be populated by voters. Please let us do so in the May 2021 election. Please also publicly recognize the high school students who I understand contributed greatly to the district's anti-racism statement. Please provide the students with any credit they deserve. Thank you, Beth and Steve Sethi-Tualatin. The next public comment is from Mark Dana. To the TTSD school board, it is my understanding that the school board is going to ask to add 2 additional seats to the board. These new positions are for the intended purpose of creating diversity within the board and will be appointed by existing board members. I believe that the addition of 2 new positions to the board would be welcomed, particularly if there were stipulations somehow of these positions being held by minority community members. I am 100% opposed to these positions being appointed by the current board. School boards are elected for a reason. Appointed positions are only filled by people that the board would know, not the community for which they are expected to represent. It is imperative that all positions be elected. It is also clear that by recent board votes, there are members of the board that are not understanding that there is an equity issue. Consequently, there is no trust that the board would actually fill those positions with individuals that would be able to represent the diverse needs of our community. It is my understanding that the school board is intending to remove 12E from the contract with the superintendent. This is just plain stupid. What on earth would you allow for someone to have the power to say no to being terminated? Provision 12E keeps the school board as the body that is in charge of making sure that TTSD is meeting the needs of our students and community. Without 12E in the contract, the superintendent would be allowed to do anything they want with little to no recourse. 12E ensures that there is someone at the helm that is responsible to the community, not just to themselves. Removing 12E from the contract would allow for a future dictator to run our schools. You must not allow this to happen. Furthermore, what is your rationale for removing this provision? If Dr. Sue is doing a good job, then just leave well enough alone. There must be accountability in all positions. Thank you for your time. Mark Dana, father of students at Tigard High and Tualatin Middle. The next public comment is from Jonathan Wynn. TTSD School Board and Administrators. On the topic matter of Dr. Sue Rickey-Smith's contract amendments and proposal to expand the board. My name is Jonathan Wynn, incoming Tigard High School senior class officer, and entrepreneur. Removal of Article 12, Section E. As the only elected body within the TTSD leadership, you, the school board, bear the responsibility of advocating on behalf of your constituents. The removal of the clause in question represents a violation of your responsibility to police the administration and hold them to an elite standard. Furthermore, as defined in the superintendent's contract, the superintendent shall be the chief executive officer of the board, meaning she serves at the discretion of the board, not in tandem. The removal of this clause would result in the ability for the superintendent to operate unilaterally and independent from the board with respect to local jurisdictions and federal law. Therefore, the board would lose not only its authority, but ability to represent the public voice who elected them in the first place. The removal of this clause reveals one of two things about the board: a lack of personal responsibility and adherence to the role of the board, or defiance to the democratic system that limits an individual's autonomy. With that, I would like to raise the question, what benefit comes about as a result of this clause's removal? The sole benefactor would be the superintendent, as this clause serves to be an accountability measure. As a result, the only acceptable action moving forward is voting to retain Article 12, Section E in the superintendent's contract, and introspection to investigate your motivations and intentions as a board. Proposal to expand board. This board's proposal to expand represents a threat to the system of democracy that has ruled the United States since the ratification of the Constitution on September 17, 1787. Although within its legal right to increase the number of board members, the nature and procedure of the proposal reflect Franklin Delano Roosevelt's Judicial Procedures Reform Bill of 1937. Although esteemed and praised as one of the greatest presidents in American history by historians and boasting some of the highest public approval ratings, FDR was condemned for this action. You, the board, are similarly overstepping in your proposal to expand the board and personally appoint representatives to hold these positions before a public election. The implications of creating two incumbencies pose a threat to the legitimacy of democracy and voting procedure. Additionally, I would like to propose the question of motivation. Why would the board feel it is appropriate to expand when they cannot come to a unanimous decision regarding combating racism and actively dismantling systemic injustices? Statistically, does expanding the board actually solve the issues of qualifications and bolster the efforts to solve societal issues, or does it increase the likeliness of disagreement and compromise with regard to efficacy? Before a decision is made, I urge you, the board, to reflect on these questions and understand the ramifications of your decisions. Sincerely, Jonathan Wynn. Woo, right on time. The next public comment is from Rowan Kelleher. My name is Rowan Kelleher. I am a leader of multiple clubs at Tigard, where I will be a senior in the 2020-2021 school year. Additionally, I will be the Tualatin High School student representative to the board during the 2020-2021 school year. Regarding Dr. Sue Rickey-Smith's contract changes, the rationale for deleting the board's ability to remove the superintendent for any reason appears to be that Dr. Rickey-Smith has performed well over the last 2 years, and therefore there is no worry that she will need to be removed. Does the board not believe in their own ability to judge the superintendent's performance? I see this as an attempt to protect the superintendent from their own potential future judgments. This tells me that board members proposing the new contract have shown that they don't trust their own judgment, and therefore I believe that if this is their true concern, they should resign so that they don't let their future judgments leave any negative impacts. However, if the board is more worried about potential new future board members, this appears to be a way to block the democratic function of the school board. What I see is the board not trusting the public, the teachers, parents, and community members to elect new members. Additionally, the board is also proposing the addition of 2 new board members, which confuses me. If the board doesn't trust themselves or potential new members, why would they want to add more board members? Both obstructing democracy and not looking at the bigger problem of not trusting their own judgment are huge issues that I believe give no reason to vote yes on the new superintendent contract. The next one is from Susan Smith. As a former member of the Beaverton School Board, I am troubled by what I read in the board agenda for TTSD, calling for the appointment of 2 additional school board members. If our district is truly striving to be in community with one another, the 2 additional board members would be voted upon by the community. I am almost certain that there is a statute that directs how districts should conduct the process of adding additional members. I have not had the time to dig deeper into this matter. Personally, our district is smaller than other districts, and I see no need to add more members unless there is a backdoor effort to appoint members to push some kind of agenda. Regards, Susan Smith. The next public comment is the first 2/3 of the public comment by Jessica Reiser that I read the last paragraph of at the budget hearing earlier this evening. My public comment is to address 3 issues: expansion of the board, the superintendent's contract, and the proposed budget. So I'm not going to read the proposed budget part. First, regarding the board's ability to expand the board and then immediately appoint 2 members of their choosing. ORS 332.118 says that unless specifically provided otherwise, Chapter 255 of the Oregon Revised Statutes governs the nomination and election of school directors. In order to be exempt from the election statutes, you have to find a carve-out. ORS 332.030 describes the circumstances in which the board can declare a vacancy and appoint a replacement. It includes vacancies caused by death vacancies that it can then go fill as its whim without an election. Second, regarding the removal of Section 12E of the superintendent's contract, Oregon is generally an at-will employment state. I can quit my job whenever I want, and in turn, my employer can terminate my job whenever it wants. The superintendent's contract permits her to quit on 90 days' notice, and currently, the board can likewise terminate her employment on 90 days' notice. But it isn't as simple as that. When they terminate her contract, she receives a golden parachute, a severance of 9 to 12 months of pay for the trouble of being fired. I would agree that 12E needs to be revised. That golden parachute should get smaller. Instead, the board proposes deleting it entirely, giving up their ability to replace the superintendent at will. I have no qualms with the superintendent, and I don't expect her employment will need to be terminated, but that does not mean that the board should give up its right to do so. These are unique times, and if the board were to determine that another person would be better suited to lead our children and teachers, they should be able to do that. If the board approves this, it will very much appear that they are letting their personal relationship with this superintendent trump their obligations to the students and teachers of this district. I hope that will not be the case. That's Jessica Reiser. And like I said, she had one other paragraph, but I read that one earlier, so I'm not reading it now. I just want to be crystal clear on that. Okay. The next public comment is from David Nicholas. My public comment tonight is directed at 2 of tonight's agenda topics. The vote to remove Clause 12E of the superintendent contract, removing the right of the board to terminate the contract without cause. Number 2, the discussion to add 2 new board seats to the TTSD board without voter input. I am in opposition to the modification of Section 12E of the superintendent's contract. The removal of the board's right to terminate employment without cause would be the equivalent of the board abdicating responsibility of oversight. The board has 1 employee. The board is responsible to hold that employee accountable to the community. The community holds the board accountable through the electoral process. This unnecessary change would reverse the authority dynamic and make the board beholden to the superintendent and their administration's agenda. The superintendent already has generous protection against termination in the language, 9 to 12 months salary and continued benefits if I read the language correctly. Termination would potentially double the line item budget of an almost $200,000 annual salary, paying for a replacement superintendent's salary on top of the severance. I say again, the board holds the superintendent accountable on behalf of the voters. This leads to my next public comment, the addition of 2 board seats without voter input. I do not feel that 2 new board seats are required at this time, given that we have elections in May 2021. There is ample time for the board to bring this to the voters. The board forgets they report to the voters. The creation of 2 new vacant seats and filling of those seats with hand-selected members by current members calls into question the intent of the board to diversify or solidify their current positions. Does the board have legal authority to do this, or do they risk litigation? When a person decides to run for the TTSD board, they must do the work, network, build a campaign, listen to voters, take positions on the issues, knock on doors in our community. Skipping this process places new board members in positions of authority without any of the work. I am opposed to the unnecessary modification of the superintendent contract. It is unnecessary. It abdicates responsibility of the board. It places the superintendent's agenda above the community's. I am opposed to the addition of 2 new board seats without voter input. It skips the democratic process, taking rights away from the community. Signed, David Nicholas, parent and TTSD, community member and voter. The next public comment is from Doug Idell, and again, I apologize if I'm getting that name wrong. I have 1 child currently at Alberta Ryder and will have another there in 2 years. I was ashamed that the school board took credit for the student-drafted anti-racism resolution passed in early June and that 1 member had the gall to vote against. Now the board is proposing to add 2 additional hand-picked members. This does not suit well with me, as I feel strongly that the board members should be elected and not appointed. We do need fresh faces, not more seats. In a perfect world, some board members would consider resigning, but I am certainly not interested in seeing who those resigning would appoint in their place, as they have lost my trust as a parent and community member. I urge you to remove this option and await the next election to seek diversity that the community vets and elects on its own. Thank you for your time, Doug Edel. The next public comment is from Murray Carlisle. My name is Murray Carlisle. Let me try that again. Take 2. My name is Murray Carlisle, and I teach U.S. history at Tigard High School. Next year will be my 22nd as a teacher and my 18th year in TTSD. I write to comment on the proposal to expand the TTSD school board to 7 members. I am worried by the rushed process the school board is following in order to increase the size of the board to 7 members. I believe this issue should be studied more by the board and the TTSD community. Once a more deliberate process has been followed, I would hope that the school board would allow elections to take place in 2021. Thanks, Murray Carlisle, Tigard High School teacher. The next public comment is from Elsa Anthony. To our TTSD school board, I would like to share my disapproval of your proposal to add 2 new seats to the current school board. You are obviously aware of that those positions are meant to be publicly elected roles, and I cannot comprehend why it's thought acceptable to appoint 2 new members without the approval of your constituents. In the agenda packet's explanation for this proposal, it states that, quote, the purpose of this agenda item is for the board to discuss expanding the number of positions to 7 with the goal of increasing the voices, knowledge, and experiences engaging directly with the board's work, unquote. If part of the board's work is to address racism and inequality, and none of you have the knowledge or personal experience of facing this issue, how can we trust that you are capable of appointing 2 new members for this purpose? Public record also shows that a current board member voted against an anti-racism resolution created and presented by local students. As a school PSO president, and more importantly, a parent of 2 minority children within this district, I am extremely upset that this individual could also be partly responsible for appointing 2 new board members. It is disappointing that you have not publicly announced the names of the community members that you intend to appoint for these 2 seats. You have the right to make your recommendations, and I am more than willing to listen, but it is also my right and the right of the community to vote and make the final decision on who ultimately represents our school district. If your intention is to create more diversity within the school board by adding 2 new seats, then a community member with true knowledge and experience with diversity issues must be elected by the public rather than the board alone. I see no reason for the immediate appointment of 2 new board seats when it can be rightfully decided upon in the May 2021 election. I hope you will reconsider your intentions. Sincerely, Elsa Anthony. The next public comment is from Sarah Gentry. My name is Sarah Gentry, and I just graduated from Tigard High School. I was the student body president, TTSU event coordinator, and organized Unity Day at Tigard. This is an incredible time to be alive, especially in our school district. I wish I could say that our school board was making this incredible. I graduated from Tigard on Saturday, but I can't feel proud of myself or celebrate. I can't feel proud to graduate from TTSD until we close the achievement gap. I can't feel proud to graduate until students are treated with kindness and respect by our district administrators. I can't feel proud when school board members are voting no on anti-racist resolutions. I can't feel proud when we still have pay to play fees, which keep people of color disproportionately marginalized in our community. I can't feel proud when walking through the hallway without being interrogated by a security guard is a privilege. I can't feel proud when TTSD is far from being an anti-racist district. I am sick of all of this and tired of our board not standing up for every student at our school. We just passed an anti-racist resolution and committed to creating a hate speech policy, yet I have to make a public comment about our school board trying to add more seats. Somehow, when the rest of the country is focusing on elevating people of color, we are still focusing on the politics of our school board. We have the opportunity to meet the moment, make history in Oregon, and most importantly, create policy that protects our students. Yet our school board is trying to add more seats to itself. I'm incredibly disappointed our board even considered this right now. We need to be spending our time doing much bigger and better things for our students. Some may say that adding 2 more positions gives our district the opportunity to diversify our school board, but it's not white people's job to pick and choose which people of color we would like to elevate. We already have so many privileges in TTSD. Picking our school board members absolutely should not be another one. I have experienced the privileges in TTSD more than anyone and have wanted to help make the district more equitable, but adding 2 more members is not the solution. I could go on and on about why this is undemocratic, but ultimately to me it is simply disappointing and breaks my heart. I believe this shows the genuine intentions of our board members, and anyone that continues with this motion reveals their own personal intentions. Our district needs a total culture change, not just 2 appointed seats with the same people in leadership. This is a completely unprecedented time as a country, and we have an opportunity as a district during the protests of 2020. Are we going to be the first district to establish a hate speech policy and begin the culture shift in our schools? Or are we going to be the district that undemocratically added 2 new board members? The next public comment is from Lindsay Sanders. Number 1, on the addition of 2 new school board seats, I do not agree with the 2 new board seats being appointed/filled by existing board members without a public vote. It is inappropriate for the current board to add those seats without a public vote, and it is a manipulation of the public to not allow voting for all seats to ensure we have a diverse board aligned with the community they serve. Number 2, the school board should not be proposing the removal of Clause 12E, unilateral termination of contract, in the TTSD superintendent's contract, which currently gives the board the ability to terminate the superintendent's contract. Removing this clause from the contract removes the accountability of our board to oversee our superintendent and keep the position accountable. This move would diminish the authority and power of our elected school board officials. Thank you, Lindsay Sanders. We're over halfway, guys. This next one is from Julie Newman. As a 25-year employee of this district, I have experienced the comings and goings of several superintendents and board members. Let me be crystal clear. My concern with any issues in this district has never been a personal one, but always been with processes, procedures, and professional accountability. Your discussion tonight and possible vote to remove Contract Clause 12E, unilateral termination of contract, is the TTSD superintendent's contract. In the TTSD superintendent's contract is a professional accountability issue of the board and any person who holds the position. Frankly, it's beyond understanding why this is even being considered. This is all about checks and balances, and the removal of that clause destroys that system. One need only to look around this country to see the horrors unfolding daily at the highest levels of office held, to see the destruction it causes. We do not need that in our backyard. This clause is safety net for everyone involved. School board members come and go, as do superintendents, so this clause needs to remain in place for future board members and for the protection of the students, staff, and voting members of TTSD. There was once a superintendent in this district long ago who had to be dismissed for several unconscionable reasons. It left an ugly mark on this community for a long time. A checks and balances system is necessary and crucial. The 12E clause needs to be needs to remain in the superintendent's contract, period. Sincerely, Julie Newman. I need to take just a quick break. And I just wish to say, Julie, I hope she didn't think I was being dismissive when I said we're halfway through. I was just letting my fellow board members know. All right. The next public comment is from Claire Anderson. Hi, I'm a 7th grader at Tualatin Middle School. This district is not helping students feel safe from racism and hate speech. I have witnessed many racist encounters. I have seen someone openly use the N-word repeatedly. They were laughed at by other students and only received the punishment of a 1-day suspension. I feel like this is a weak punishment, if one at all. Our schools need to educate these students so it stops, so they know racism won't be tolerated at school. This district is responsible by teaching untrue accounts of history and allowing this behavior to continue. I've seen people say really racist things during lunch that have gone unpunished while standing next to an administrator. I even recently had a teacher make racist comments about Asians and the coronavirus. Also, can we get more teachers of color? Black children do not have people that represent them. What if they want to grow up and be a teacher? What if they notice the minuscule amount of people that are teachers of color or in other important positions? What if they give up their dreams because of this? My younger sister says that she has 0 Black teachers at her school. This is not acceptable given the diversity of the students in our district. I have been informed that a member of our school board has refused to sign an agreement created by students to help end racism. I'm not saying this member is racist, but still I feel saying I am not racist is not enough. We need everyone on our school board to be deliberately anti-racist. This is why I'm recommending this school board member resign. You need to listen to youth voices just as much as adult voices, if not more. We go to these schools and we witness these things. We understand more than you give us credit for. When you sit in your offices, we are going to schools, while you sit in your offices, we are going to schools teaching false history with racist policies and even racist students. While you sit reading emails, people are threatening and even killing fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters. Just because this board member is not threatened, judged, hated, or endangered by the color of her skin or where she comes from does not mean the students in her district aren't. She should have used her privilege to set an example and to teach others. We need an actively anti-racist board member now, and she has proven that she's not that. The next public comment is from Samuel Kincaid. To the TTSD board, I am a current Tigard taxpayer, parent, and a voter. I learned about the students asking for anti-racism policy from a friend in the community and watched the last board meeting. I've also been watching news reports and doing some Google searches, which reveal a history of board inaction around this issue. Now I hear that 2 new board seats are being proposed and that they will be appointed by existing board members. I am very, very concerned and question what's really going on here. A simple Google search reveals many published news articles of minority students speaking out against racism at TTSD. It's clear that TTSD has a history of ignoring these voices in our community. How can we trust existing board members, many of whom have served between 5 and 10 years, and who have avoided implementing any type of anti-hate, anti-racism policy to hand select new appointees to fill these seats in the name of equity and diversity? One board member even voted no on it. Several of these same board members are up for re-election in May 2021. This just doesn't add up. I believe that any claim by the school board that these new seats answer the community's call for diversity is deceptive. To achieve board equity and diversity, it is widely and commonly known that public engagement through voting, districting seats to achieve a wide cross-section of community representation, and challenging long-term incumbents are key measures to success. This is aligned with board diversity efforts in several other school districts in Oregon. Currently, most of our board members live in the most affluent areas of our district and do not represent a wide breadth of the experiences in our community. I oppose 2 new seats appointed by the board, move to maintain a 5-seat board for the time being, and demand the right to vote in the May 2021 elections, where several current board seats are up for re-election. Board seats should never be appointed by existing board members. Refusal to allow the public a vote is to remove rights from the voters and the community they claim to serve. Sincerely, Samuel Kincaid, parent in TTSD and voter. The next public comment is from Heather Nicholas. To the board, I oppose 2 agenda items. Number 1, the removal of 12E from the superintendent's contract, and number 2, the proposal to add 2 new board seats to be appointed by existing board members. Regarding the superintendent's contract and prior to a vote by the board, I request the board to make public what vetting process our current superintendent went through. Currently available public records seem to show an incomplete candidate pool being considered at that time and in hiring committee records. Removing clause 12E significantly diminishes the power and authority of the elected school board to hold the superintendent accountable. Further, in 2 weeks of talking with TTSD students, teachers, and community leaders, as well as Springfield community members, have all expressed deep concern and agreement that the clause should not be removed. Has the board recently audited superintendent contracts and found any data that communicates removing this clause would be abnormal? According to a retired 16-year TTSD board member, removal of this clause has been a rare occurrence at TTSD and should be questioned by the community.
Director, the timer went off. Appropriate.
Could be. This is in very small fonts, so I can't tell how long it is.
My apologies, and I'm sorry that I'm asking so bad. How much is left in the letter?
2 paragraphs.
Okay, go ahead and
about 4 sentences.
Okay.
A well-respected retired Portland Public School Board member reiterated that removal of this clause was rare and unusual. Further, if the superintendent is doing well in their position, then there is no reason to change their contract and limit the controls of the board to oversee this key role in the district. Should students, teachers, and parents become more vocal about the superintendent's leadership, then it will be a positive thing for the board to maintain control and its responsibility to keep the superintendent accountable. There's no justifiable reason to make this change at the great expense of the district and its taxpayers, who would have to pay out an extended severance to the outgoing superintendent while also paying for a replacement. I firmly oppose the removal of this critical clause. I yield the remainder of my time to other public comments that may run over their 3-minute limit. Thoughtful regards, Heather Nicholas, TTSD parent, community member, voter, taxpayer. Okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have laughed, but the irony of that just struck me as funny. All right. Do you, Chair Wolf, do you want me to pause a little longer in between public comments to make it clearer?
Actually, Karen, I'll go ahead and have you take over doing timing, and I'll go on mute because I'm echoing anyway. So I'm trying to be very mindful to track it, but I want to be respectful and make sure I do it right. So I'll let you do that.
Okay.
Jill, doing okay?
I'm doing fine. Director Emerson's gonna be my timekeeper now. Is that
I
right?
think Director Fox.
Okay. I see where she is on the screen. Okay. The next public comment is from Lisa Lamb. As a parent of children in the Tigard-Tualatin School District, there are 2 issues of concern that I would like to address here today. One, regarding the proposal to remove Section 12E, unilateral termination of contract. School board members are elected by the voting public to be trusted guardians of every child in this district. You are tasked with protecting their best interests. One duty of the board is to provide oversight of the district superintendent. This ensures their vision and leadership are aligned with the goals of students, teachers, and constituents. For this reason, it is shocking to hear of your intent to remove the contract clause that allows for at-will termination of contract. There is no justifiable reason for the board to set aside the authority and responsibility to keep the superintendent accountable. Please vote no to removing Section 12E from the contract. Number 2, regarding public access to the board meeting agenda. While I appreciate the complexities that COVID-19 has forced on day-to-day operations, it is not acceptable to release the board agenda 1 workday before the meeting is held. This is especially true when the board will vote on important issues that the public will need time to research and understand. Please consider releasing the agenda 1 full week before the applicable meeting. Thank you for your time, Lisa Lamb. The next public comment is from Juliet, Hugeback. I hope I said that wrong. Hugeback? I apologize if I got that wrong. Hello, here is my comment. This is my first ever comment for the board. I would like to say a quick thank you to our amazing kids for advocating for themselves and bringing these issues into light. Students, keep up the good work. To our Tigard-Tualatin community, we should all be so proud of these kids. Number 1, I do not support the addition of 2 new board seats without a public vote. Please do not add additional seats until new members can be voted in by the public. Number 2, I do not support the removal of Clause 12E. Why is this even being thought of? It seems like taking this ability out only hurts the board. If things are going good now, great. Why change anything? In the future, this power might be necessary. Please don't take it out. Thank you for your time. Juliet Hugeback, Deer Creek Elementary PSO President and Hazelbrook parent. And again, I apologize if I got the name wrong. The next public comment is Tryon Thompson. Hello, my name is Tryon Thompson, and I am a teacher at Tualatin High School. I would like to make a very brief comment about the proposal to add 2 positions to the Tigard-Tualatin School Board, declare them vacated, and fill them by appointment. I think adding 2 seats to the board is a good idea, and I support it personally. It is permissible under Oregon law to expand the board, and 7 is the size of boards in districts with similar numbers of students. I also agree that TTSD would only benefit from having more people from diverse backgrounds and experiences serving on the board. I am, however, very concerned by the idea that after creating these 2 new board positions, they would then be filled by board appointment until the next elections in May 2021. While I understand the urgency that is felt over making our district more equitable and responsive to the diverse needs of everyone in our community, I do not understand how that then justifies a majority of the board essentially making its own choice on who would have 2 more votes on policy decisions. There are other ways to accomplish the worthy goal of diversifying the board that doesn't also have the appearance of violating democratic norms. If it is the opinion of a board member that the goal of equity on the board itself is something that needs to happen as soon as possible, then they could do what members of some corporate boards have done and resign so a position has truly been vacated. The remaining board members can then appoint someone with the understanding that they may be a person from an underrepresented community. The board could then expand from 5 to 7 members in next year's election. The proposal that the board is set to consider as it is currently written does not feel like a measure to give power to people who have not had a voice before, but merely to add power to those who already have it. There are better and more effective ways for you to accomplish what is a worthwhile goal. Thank you for your time. This next one is from Shauna Thompson. Members of the board, what is the thinking behind removing Article 12E of the superintendent's contract? Thank you, Shauna, TTSD parent and King City councilor. The next public comment is from Beth Roach. TTSD has failed to recommend people of color to the Talented and Gifted program, TAG, proportional to the student population, and now is canceling advanced class opportunities that are open to everyone, not just TAG students. A very large group of parents worked with the district since April to try to reverse the decision to cancel advanced rate and level classes and failed. A smaller group of 35 TAG parents, and the number is growing every day, together filed a formal complaint this year with the TTSD school district for failure to provide academically talented and intellectually gifted, TAG for short, designated students education at their assessed rates and level of learning. As the Oregon state law spells out, TAG students have unique emotional and academic needs that need to be addressed. As the group of parents came together, it was clear to me that TTSD is doing a poor job of casting a wide enough net so that people of color are recommended for and properly identified and protected by Oregon state TAG laws so they can also be taught at their assessed rate and level of learning. The state law that mandates TAG identification and instruction allows different ways for identification to the TAG program, including testing and parent and teacher recommendation. Today, I asked the TTSD school board to become champions of academic achievement, by providing students education at their assessed rates and levels of learning, and by taking a special look at how TTSD can cast a wider net for TAG identification to better identify underrepresented students through processes like teacher and parent identification allowed by the state law and used in other districts. If TTSD wants to give students the tools to compete at a state and national level in programs like science and technology, then we have to be willing to set high expectations for high-achieving TTSD students and provide them the academic opportunity at their proper rate and level to fulfill those expectations. Even though TTSD has failed to recommend underserved students of color proportionally to the TAG program, anyone interested in academic rigor can still take advanced classes. If TTSD now eliminates advanced classes before the 11th grade IB opportunities, you are creating a system where TTSD students are behind academically, and no TTSD student, including and especially students of color, will have a path forward with the academic rigor required to compete at the regional, state, or national level in programs like science and engineering. Equity does not mean lowering academic bars so more students can only reach those lower bars. Equity means expanding identification and increasing the opportunities for more students to reach more bars and higher bars, so kids have the tools to compete at higher levels. Please don't eliminate the opportunity for students to achieve equity by eliminating the path they have to compete at the highest academic levels to achieve success. Beth Roach, TTSD parent. The next public comment is from Jamie Johnson. Good evening. Let me start by saying I am concerned that a number of what would be topics of great interest to our school communities are being proposed during a pandemic. I feel as though there is little to no effort to share information with the public. Concerns. Number one, I oppose the idea of creating and appointing new board positions. There is no reason to add board members, and anyone who is interested in being on the board can run next spring just as it should be. This sets a bad precedent. Do not take my vote and my voice away. Number two, I am opposed to removing Clause 12E. The board is elected to their position to keep the superintendent accountable. Removing this clause is removing checks and balances. What purpose would this serve? Number three, I am opposed to the elimination of advanced English at Tualatin High School. I have a 4.0 student who thrives in higher learning classes. Not only are you taking away opportunities from those who want to be challenged, but you are also limiting other students' potential. Lastly, I saw a post today on Facebook from a sitting TTSD board member regarding abandoning TAG. I was not only surprised to see the post, but disappointed that the board member does not value these students and their needs. It is time to see all the students in the district as individuals and stop trying to lump them all together. Jamie Johnson, Tualatin. Next public comment is from Siam Anthony. To the Tigard-Tualatin School Board. In regard to the agenda item addressing the superintendent's contract, I would like to share my opposition to the removal of Clause 12E, unilateral termination of contract. Removing Clause 12E diminishes the power and authority of the elected school board to hold a superintendent accountable for his or her actions and role in our school district. Clearly, if a superintendent is doing his or her job properly, there should be no concern or reason to alter this part of their contract. Please explain your reasons for wanting to remove this clause. I see no justifiable reason to do so. Thank you for your time regarding this matter. Sincerely, Siam Anthony. The next public comment is from Stacy Fusitua. I was frustrated to hear the elimination of advanced English for 9th, 10th graders along with advanced math for 6th grade. The TAG program was my oldest daughter's outlet during elementary school, but through the years, it just hasn't been enough. This will affect 2 of my children and have seen over the years the frustration with not having the curriculum to challenge my children. My oldest daughter has faced these problems throughout her learning years at TTSD and would finish her work, but the teachers would be too preoccupied with students that needed the extra help that she was left sitting bored. She craves to have intellectual discussions in the classroom, but many times these are cut short due to the wide range of students' learning levels. I want my daughters to have the opportunity to challenge themselves and be in a classroom that allows them to constantly push themselves academically. It does not happen when these classes are combined with all levels of learning. It was also addressed that they did not want to be discriminatory towards students, but please take into account that minority students are also interested in these are also in these classrooms. My children are Pacific Islanders and would highly benefit from these advanced classes that TTSD is trying to eliminate. Thank you, Stacy Fusatula, TTSD parent. The next public comment is from Scott Heron. My name is Scott Heron. I am a resident of Tualatin, a teacher in the district, and the current Tigard-Tualatin Education Association president. I'm writing a public comment today because of concerns that teachers, students, and parents have brought to my attention concerning changes to the superintendent's contract. For years, our board has commonly said that they have only one employee, the superintendent. However, now the board proposes the removal of Clause 12E in the TTSD superintendent's contract that currently gives the board the ability to unilaterally terminate the superintendent. The proposed changes would require mutual agreement. So the only way you can get fired is if you agree to it. What a great deal. But I must ask, why would the school board want to give up such oversight when it comes to the highest profile position in the district? Every year, the superintendent is evaluated and recommended to continue in the position by the board. If that is the case and the superintendent is doing such a great job, then why give up this control that the voters have given to the school board through our election process? The superintendent is only accountable to the school board. The only people that the board are accountable to are the voters. Eliminating this part of the contract and giving up the school board's oversight would mean the superintendent position is no longer held accountable by either the board or the voters. Recently, the school board and the superintendent have come under much criticism from students, teachers, and parents in our community regarding the last board meeting discussion about the student-created anti-hate speech resolution. While the board did eventually pass the resolution, members of our community were upset how both the school board and superintendent handled themselves during and after the meeting. Now, just 2 weeks removed from that criticism, the school board would be taking action that would protect the superintendent from being held accountable to criticism in the future. I would hope the board would understand that, much like the proposal to create 2 additional school board positions, these actions would appear to many to be an attempt to insulate both the superintendent and the board from criticism and accountability. There is no logical or justifiable reason for the board to do this. The school board was not elected to give up their control over the only employee they have in such an abnormal way. Next public comment is from Amanda Cousins. And again, I hope I got the name right. I do not support the addition of 2 new board seats to be appointed filled by existing board members without a public vote. I feel, especially with what is going on in this world, that the public should have the say on who is voted onto the board. Currently, board members should not be able to hand select and appoint those they want in the position, but appoint those people to run in the election and let us decide if they are the best candidate for the position. I also strongly disagree with the removal of Clause 12E, unilateral termination of contract in the TTSD superintendent's contract. I feel that the board should always keep this ability. If they don't, then who holds the superintendent accountable for his or her actions where our schools and kids are concerned? We elected the board members to have the final say and to keep things in check. If they give up this power, then the superintendent holds all of the power. Thank you, Amanda Cousins. The next public comment is from Wendy Love. Hello, TTSD board members. I am a parent of 2 Tualatin students. The role of the school board is to ensure that our students receive the highest education possible. It is not to try to lighten the perceived load of the district teachers. The district's philosophy should be that the children's education should always come first and foremost. The removal of advanced freshman English and advanced 6th grade math is the exact opposite of this philosophy. The recent switch to MVP math curriculum has already hindered our students. The design of this curriculum is controversial and confusing. Throughout the country, MVP is seen as a detriment to many children's education. Many students have expressed confusion and even disdain for mathematics where there once was none. This curriculum is not driving students towards STEM and perhaps maybe driving students away from STEM courses. I have spoken to several Tualatin faculty about MVP, and they are baffled as to why the district switched, and they have expressed the same concerns. As a Girl Scout leader of several advanced math students, you are not driving girls into STEM courses with MVP. This curriculum is not creating leaders and deep thinkers. It is creating students who once enjoyed math to now dislike, if not loathe it. This is just one example of the board making a decision that is not best for its student body. It seems time and time again that TTSD is able to provide many programs across our diverse population, but continues to have difficulty truly engaging and supporting its higher achievers. The board also appears to be very concerned that a student will not drop off Yet you are not nearly as concerned about the successes of our high achievers. What foundation are you providing these achievers to be competitive with students from other cities, countries, counties, states, and even countries? If a child has the ability to excel at a higher level of English or math, what right does the board have to take this away? This decision will also have great implications when trying to attract students. Without offering upper level classes at all grades, the city of Tualatin will lose families and will not continue to grow and be the vibrant community we love. I ask, is this decision being made in the best interests of all students? Best to you, Wendy Love. The next public comment is from Kate Moore. Dear elected board members, thank you for allowing public comment at this meeting. I am a TTSD parent, business owner, and teacher. My remarks will be brief. The board has attracted the attention of many community members in response to the unsettling, non-unanimous vote for the anti-racism resolution. If you didn't before, you now have our attention. Tonight you will discuss changing the board from 5 to 7 seats. This is not the time to make this decision or appoint members. There is diminished confidence in the board to act in accordance with the wishes of their constituents, as evidenced by the non-unanimous vote on the anti-racism resolution. The next best step is to zone the board seats. This method will get us closer to having a board which more accurately represents our population. Ask the voters to decide on this during the next election. An action item this evening is to remove Section E of the superintendent's contract. From a business perspective, this removal is not a sound decision. It is not normal or wise for a board to remove their own ability to release an employee in the fashion outlined in Section E. This removal will not benefit the community, district employees, teachers, or, most importantly, our students. The only person protected by the removal of the clause is the superintendent. In the vein of putting students first, please retain Section E of this contract. Any existing understandings between the board and the superintendent can be reworked. You have an opportunity to create positive change. You have an opportunity to reach out to the community and other stakeholders. The next public comment is from Barbara Gornick. Good evening, I am Barbara Gornick, grandmother to 2 district students and one who will be in kindergarten 2 years from now. I have been a volunteer since our first granddaughter, who will begin 7th grade next year. So my interest in your work and priorities is high. I read that you want to expand the board from 5 members to 7. This is a good step, which gives you an opportune time to reconfigure the board in a more equitable way. I would strongly encourage you to consider dividing the district into 7 zones, thereby ensuring that all patrons have a voice and representation. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Barbara Gornick. The next public comment is from Dawn Mangum. Sorry about that. We are submitting a comment to express our disappointment with the direction our district is heading. TTSD has rapidly been eroding advanced coursework and hoping parents will trust the system without stopping to think about what this means for any students that need to be or are looking to be challenged. Please talk to anyone in a STEM field before telling us this doesn't matter and that our kids will be just fine. Our kids are falling behind their peers in neighboring districts and being placed at a disadvantage because TTSD will not provide them with the courses necessary to be prepared for STEM careers. This district has proven time and again that they are not concerned about high-performing students, presumably because they are already on track to graduate high school and thus the district need not pay them any attention. The cuts to advanced English in Tualatin High School and to math for 6th graders and beyond at Hazelbrook Middle School are just further proof. We have an amazing opportunity in our district to provide something better for a diverse and energetic group of students, but instead choose to place barriers to achievement. We feel that the best route forward is to provide opportunities for academic excellence and encourage all students, especially typically underserved students, to enroll in challenging but rewarding courses rather than removing routes for their future success. We are further discouraged by the board's call to remove a key clause in the superintendent's contract and at the same time appoint hand-selected board members. You are shutting down accountability and the voice of the community at every level at this point. We have had positive interactions with Superintendent Ricky Smith thus far and have been hoping to continue to have good experiences with her in the future, but this move is very unsettling. Accountability in any position is essential to keep systems working properly. Furthermore, adding appointed school board members with no public vetting is similarly troubling. We feel strongly that school board members are voted in for a good reason, but the public should have the opportunity to hear from them before they are put into positions of authority in our district. Whether it is failing to be transparent with parents that want clear answers regarding academic concerns, failing to hold a superintendent accountable, or rating your own ranks with unvetted appointees, you seem to be hoping that parents will look the other way and agree that you know best. Please consider how these changes affect the families of our district that are putting their trust in you. Ben and Dawn Magnum, TTSD parents. The next public comment is from Marianne Anderson. Tigard-Tualatin School District Board. I've recently had the privilege to witness the collaborative action being taken by the students in our district, as I'm sure you all have. A diversity of voices from many schools, backgrounds, and experiences who share a common goal, the betterment of their schools, district, and community as a whole. I have always been led to believe that our students were at the forefront of our board members' minds when making decisions. I am now, having spent some time sifting through records, realizing that ideal is not reflected in your voting records. My apologies to the intelligent, articulate, hardworking students who it appears have been fighting an uphill battle against members of our school board administration for quite some time. I was appalled when a member of the board recently deemed Resolution 1920-19 redundant and decided introspection was a suitable method to end racism and hate speech in our schools. Committing to being an anti-racist school district starts with our board, and if you refuse to put pen to paper to support the students you've entrusted to lead, perhaps it is time to use that introspection to resign. These students have sacrificed countless hours pre-packaging policy for you to sign off on, and you don't actively support them. And their 5, 6, even 100-point plan, then you support them and their 5, 6, even 100-point plan, then we will no longer support you. We will begin campaigning immediately for board members who will. I see 3 of you are up for re-election soon. I've gone through your proposed budget line by line. I was naive to assume there wasn't money to better support our students and teachers. The money is there, the action is not. In close, let me briefly make 2 things clear. Your constituents do not support the removal of 12E from the superintendent's contract. We do not and will not support the proposal to add 2 new seats appointed by our board. Thank you for your time. Signed, parent, educator, district volunteer, taxpayer, soon to be campaign manager if this current board doesn't take action. The next comment is from Jason Shelton. I'm voicing my opposition to adding 2 vacant unelected school board positions. This is beyond shady, especially trying to do it right now under these conditions and times. And I am 1000% against taking out the clause to remove the superintendent without cause. Leave that in. The lack of common sense, ignoring data, and the mental anguish you're putting these kids through, and most ending up to Governor Brown, and being an advocate to these children is absolutely sickening. So I have no faith in this board or this superintendent. Do not take the clause out. Thank you, Jason Shelton, parent, Alberta writer. This last comment came in after our 6:30 deadline, but if it's all right, I would like to read it into the record anyway. This is from Kavi Shrestha. My name is Kavi Shrestha, and I have just graduated from Tigard High School this past Saturday. First off, I would like to express my gratitude for passing the anti-racism resolution, a very necessary first step, committing our district to finally begin taking real action to address the systemic racism that plagues public schools like those in TTSD. But I am writing this to address the motion to add 2 additional board seats. In school, we were taught to believe in democratic processes. Voters should be voting for the school board members, not the school board itself. In an upcoming election year, any attempt to add new board members should be voted on by the voters. I understand the board is about to take on a lot of hard work, but that does not mean that we should change the board process without consulting the people the board was created to represent. I urge you not to move forward with adding additional board seats. And again, I thank you for passing the recent anti-racism resolution and hope to see real action, not simple discussions, to address the racism and systemic inequities that plague our school district. Thank you. And Chair, that is the end of the public comment.
Thank you, Director Searchmead, and appreciate that the vocal cords hung in there. As part of the public record, along with the benchmarking, we do have data addressing the article, and so I think that would be valuable information for individuals to have in one piece, given that it was brought up so many times. Out of the top 8 districts, Tigard-Tualatin is 9th. 5 of the 8 do not have an article, as we had intended with Dr. Wiki Smith, and then that's almost 50%. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's that piece, and then of the large ranking districts, almost 50% do not have that language, and then another 40% have at least 12 months or greater in that clause. But again, I'll support that or submit that for public comment. And I know it's unusual for us to comment, but for me on the board expansion, I just wanted to comment that I really appreciated hearing from you all. And it has been an interest of mine, and I appreciated those of the comments that said, hey, it's not a bad idea, but you really need to think about your process. And I was moved by the resolution and the work ahead of us and the vision of what I thought that could do. And I hope that for those of you that don't know me, you give me an opportunity to learn a little bit more about me. And for those of you that do know me, maybe go, yeah, Maureen, you did hit the pedal, but I understand your interest in what you were wanting to accomplish. But I'm really humbled by the public comment. And as I said during board communication, I did hit the brake. I realized that it was moving too fast, but I am interested. And so again, really humbled by the feedback. I heard you, and we will continue into reports and discussion, but thank you for that.
Board Chair.
Yes.
We have, and I sent you a text message, and there's also an email. One of our public comment patrons has asked that her comments be reread. And
I don't understand.
Was I not? Could they not hear me?
All she said, well, it's in the email. Let me get there. Is Heather Nichols, and she shared that she timed her comments several times, and she feels it's under 2 minutes.
I did read it in its entirety.
I'll read it again. That is.
I've got it right here. I can reread it.
That was my error. Again, just trying to track on the clock. I didn't mean no disrespect in that regard. And yes, they were read in entirety, but I did interrupt it because my alarm went off.
So would you like me to read it again then?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. To the board, I oppose 2 agenda items, the removal of 12E from the superintendent's contract and the proposal to add 2 new board seats to be appointed by existing board members. Regarding the superintendent's contract and prior to a vote by the board, I request the board to make public what vetting process our current superintendent went through. Currently available public records seem to show an incomplete candidate pool being considered at that time and in hiring committee records. Removing clause 12E significantly diminishes the power and authority of the elected school board to hold the superintendent accountable. Further, in 2 weeks of talking with TTSD students, teachers, and community leaders, as well as the Springfield community members, all have expressed deep concern and agreement that the clause should not be removed. Has the board recently audited superintendent contracts and found any data that communicates removing this clause would be abnormal? According to a retired 16-year TTSD board member, removal of this clause has been a rare occurrence at TTSD and should be questioned by the community. A well-respected retired Portland Public School Board member reiterated that removal of this clause was rare and unusual. Further, if the superintendent is doing well in their position, then there is no reason to change their contract and limit the controls of the board to oversee this key role in the district. Should students, teachers, and parents become more vocal about the superintendent's leadership, then it will be a positive thing for the board to maintain control and its responsibility to keep the superintendent accountable. There's no justifiable reason to make this change at the great expense of the district and its taxpayers, who would have to pay out an extended severance to the outgoing superintendent while also paying for a replacement. I firmly oppose the removal of this critical clause. I yield the remainder of my time to other public comments that may run over their 3-minute limit. Thoughtful regards, Heather Nicholas, TTSD parent, Tigard community member, voter, taxpayer. And I don't believe there were any public comments that got cut off that she would need to yield her time to. I don't recall having to stop in the middle. Was it one that squeaked just under? But I think we got it.
You got it right at the buzzer.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So that closes.
Yeah, Chair Wolf. You make a motion for a bathroom break.
Yes.
For 5 minutes.
It's 9:13. If I'm reading that correctly. So yes, let's reconvene at 9:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's 9:20. Beth, are you there? Okay. All right, so we will continue with reports and discussions and start with Dr. Ricky Smith, update on hybrid models. And there seems like a lot of static, so if there's anyone else that's not on mute, to see if that helps. So.
Thank you, Chair Wolf. This evening, given the hour, I will step through what has been in your packet, what was provided for you in your packet and to the community relative to Ready Schools, Safe Learners, and highlight the district's work. And if you'll give me just a moment, I need to get the screen so that we can walk through the slides together along with our community. And can you see a blue school, Ready Schools, Safe Learners? Yes, I'm seeing thumbs up. All right. So this evening's brief report to you and to the community is a combination of both slides that have been provided to me and to other superintendents across the state from the Oregon Department of Ed regarding its recent guidance, Ready Schools, Safe Learners, which is planning for the 2020-21 school year in light of the pandemic. I wish to first go to Dr. Anthony Fauci, which says you don't make the timeline, the virus makes the timeline. And the fact that nothing could be truer to the fact that we need to be paying attention, at the same time doing what's best for kids so to keep everyone safe and healthy. And as well as the fact that ODE is providing districts local flexibility as well as responsibility, that in developing their plans, both the public health plan as well as the instructional plan, that relative to both of those plans, these top 7 items need to be front and center and considered throughout our planning process and articulate a way in which we will address each one of those items. Regarding reopening Oregon County plans, as many know, but to reinforce, Clackamas, Multnomah, and Washington counties are now grouped as one entity, not 3 individual counties. And currently all 3 are in phase 1, excuse me, and must move as an entity into the next phase, which would be phase 2. As of June 24th, all in these 3 counties are required to wear masks when in public spaces, except for, and I want to emphasize this, children under the age of 12 and those with conditions that preclude the use of masks.
Dr. Reed, yes. I apologize to interrupt, but Dr. McCall just requested you're displaying your whole screen versus, I think, presentation mode. Does that?
The problem is, and she is correct, the problem is when I go to presentation mode, I'll try it again. The last time we did that, you weren't able to see it. So let me go to presentation mode and see if we can move from there. Can you see that?
Yes, it shows your next slide, but
All
yes.
right, very good. So whatever the glitch was from the last time we did this, it's been corrected. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Lisa. So relative to those conditions that would preclude use of masks, and can you see the next one, face coverings?
Yes.
All right, very good. We're in good shape. These are just some of the examples relative to potential ways of preventing spread. So the typical cloth masks, which we have seen out and about, the face shield, which is a clear plastic shield that covers the forehead, and then barriers. The operational blueprint for next fall requires 2 pieces. First, to the far left, the public health protocols, facilities, schools, operations, and response to outbreak. That is the public health plan. The second has to do with items 5 through 8, a second plan that will require addressing each one of those issues. And I will give just a light touch or answer any questions that you may have. But in concept two plans, one addressing items 1 through 3, second plan in tandem instructionally addressing items 4 through 8. Here's what our team, myself and the team, believe about education in this district, as well as going forward into the fall. The first is, and you've heard a report this evening relative to the at the work session regarding student engagement in a distance learning environment. I first want to call into the space that the spring has impacted everyone. No one has gone unscathed, especially our communities of color, as well as people navigating poverty who are disproportionately impacted. Second, that we as a district believe and affirm that equity drives all decisions regarding our Ready Schools and Safe Learners plans. And just as they were called out in the distance learning plan when we had to do an immediate pivot, so too they will be called out in these plans as well, including both the public health plan as well as the instructional plan. Regarding where students learn best, we believe that students learn best in brick and mortar classrooms with their teacher, and that time should be maximized within staff and student health and safety guidelines and considerations. That our children need to be in access to an equitable, high-quality education, including all of the nutrition, health, and social supports that our district currently provides. And that it is in a community process where students and family voice uncover potential barriers in these plans that stand in the way of academic success for our marginalized and historically underserved students. With that, I would offer you the ODE's 3 instructional models. The one furthest to the left on site are for districts that believe that they can do that full time in counties where they are able to either have no cases of COVID currently or sporadic, and the ODE is continuing to monitor that. The second is the hybrid, which is a model where, again, the district develops a plan that maximizes time for students in school and only assumes a distance learning stance if and when an outbreak of COVID occurs. The last is a comprehensive distance learning model, which we have worked on this year and our district has experienced as the other 196 districts have. And this is, districts also have the opportunity to combine more than one of these models. So for instance, districts in Sherwood, Beaverton, Hillsborough, ourselves are considering offering both the hybrid, which maximizes time in schools, or giving parents the choice if they choose not to want to have their child in school and potential exposure, that there would be a distance K-12 learning plan as well. Regarding the teams who are working on these 2 plans, the public health team lead is Director of Operations Darren Bernard, and you can see members of the team listed below from the cabinet as well as facility staff. Regarding the teaching and learning team lead, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Lisa McCall is leading a group of teachers, classified instructional staff, TTEA and OSEA representation, school administrators, cabinet, and central office, and they are listed here. Our current first thought models are as follows. That the hybrid would maximize time in brick and mortar, guided through an equity lens and the age of the student and needs. That moving to distance learning stance would be required by COVID-19 outbreak. That schedules will be built with consideration for families with students across multiple levels as much as possible. So if you had a student who was at an elementary, middle, and secondary levels, that we would, to the best of our ability, try to mitigate scheduling times within schools to take that into consideration. The elementary example is one that a number of districts in Washington County are looking at, which is because of the great importance of and foundational years, K1, and I would include 2nd grade as well, as we point towards 3rd grade on track for reading at grade level, that they would attend half days in stable cohorts, that they are taught the use of iPads, how to access seesaw lessons, including phonics and handwriting, that at the second and fifth grade through fifth grade, they would attend on an AB schedule. On AB days, they would start 1 hour later for the teacher to meet with every cohort every day. And that the days they are not in school, online assignments and instruction along with homework from brick and mortar days would be posted. We understand clearly and are working with ODE as well as with our representatives and senators in the state legislature that we understand the impact relative to childcare with any of these models. And so we are advocating that the state consider providing us supports to provide childcare to mitigate the impacts of potential AB days if that's where we land. But again, first and foremost, we are looking to maximize by age of child and ability to be facile with both brick and mortar instruction as well as via distance learning.
Excuse me, Dr.
Yes.
Sue, I need to make a motion to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Need a second?
I second.
Motion was made and seconded to extend the meeting until 10:30. Any further discussion? We're just going to go with a quick verbal. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Continue. Sorry for the interruption, Dr. Ricky Smith, but
Not at
thanks.
all. Thank you. And so I would also add here that relative to all first thought models or models as we are doing this, that relative to the costs of the public health plan, CFO Moore has and team have begun the work at the request of their association, OASBO, which is the state body for school financial officers across the state. They've been asked to model the costs of the impact of the public health guidance while we are working to maximize student time in building. We now, in first model, believe that it will run into in excess of $1 million. And these are dollars that will need to come unless the state steps into the space and directs some of the governor's care dollars toward the public health plans, as well mitigating those costs, as well as the liability that our insurer will no longer cover. That this will be a burden that is borne individually by districts and will have profound impacts on already budget shortfalls that were discussed earlier this evening. Relative to transportation, I won't read these bullets, but simply to say that transportation is also a part of the safety plan. And so these bullets are placed here to say that there is ongoing work with our transportation provider, Student Transportation of America, and they are working hand in glove with the district teams to determine how many buses would be needed and their frequency. The upside is for half-day schedules is that for the years in which we ran half-day kinder, and I'm not suggesting that that is where we will land, but as part of that, we have planned transportation runs that accommodate for that. And so they've begun to do their work both on terms of full day schedules as well as half day schedules. Relative to informing parents and guardians of the practical changes to transportation service, that will be part of the ongoing communication. And so that parents understand both pickup at the bus stop as well as offload, as well as for those parents who choose not to use bus transportation, but wish to transport their child to and from the school building. Last slide here is safe learner plans. Our goal, my commitment to you as a board and to this community is that, again, because we engage community in any major plan that impacts the entire community, as we did with the SSA process, we will engage the community in a modified virtual SSA community process over 2 to 3 meetings to review the plans that are currently being developed and provide feedback and opportunities for the district to address the gaps in the plan and adjust to the best of our ability within the guidance provided by ODE. I anticipate that will be mid to late July and into early August.
TTSD will then submit operational blueprint for reentry to Washington County Public Health Authority, which is required in the guidance, for review prior to submitting ODE approval. And Washington Public Health currently is working directly with superintendents in the county to provide guidance as to how to build the best possible plans that will pass their inspection and receive their approval. And as you can see here, that they must attest to having received that blueprint, to do a careful review of sections 1 through 3, and their ability to support the district's ongoing efforts towards ongoing COVID-19 mitigation efforts. The final plans will be submitted to the board for review and approval, and then plans must be submitted to the Oregon Department of Education by August 15th, 2020. Then operational blueprints that are approved by ODE, both public health as well as the instructional plan, will be posted on school and district website. And with that, I pause for questions.
Board members.
I have one question about the ODE guidance. It seems like, based on what you've presented here, that the guidance is fairly tight. Do you feel like there is sufficient leeway for us to really mold the plan to the specific needs of our community, or is it kind of being dictated from on high?
I would say that in terms of the instructional plan, yes. And that's where I think there will be some flexibility and understanding of the fact that current conditions, where if you are a district in central and eastern Oregon, where you have not had an outbreak, the flexibility is there relative to the continuum. Where I believe that there is no or minimal flexibility is relative to the public health plan, and that is as it should be, given the seriousness of the pandemic, the attempt to limit outbreaks. I'm to that point, Director Zerschmidt, I'm struck by a latest comment made by the director of the CDC, who said, unlike where we thought we would have an outbreak and then a leveling off, instead this appears to be more like a forest fire that hops from one group of timber to the next. And so that is a different way in which we have to manage until a vaccine is widely available. And so again, as many of you know, I come from a healthcare background as a trauma nurse, and work as a public health nurse in managing epidemiological outbreaks. And I believe that the way that ODE has established this guidance relative to tight around public health is appropriate and sound.
Dr. Stewart, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So I'm sure you read this too, the AASA estimate that for an average size school district, which they say is like 3,600 students, it would cost $1.7 million additional above and beyond what's budgeted for to pay for the PPE, sanitation, etc. Do we have a sense of what those costs would be in TTSD, and or is there a pot of money that you're thinking we will be drawing from? Will that be federal money that will be spending to cover those sort of non-negotiable costs, or how are we thinking about that question?
Correct. I would say that 1.7 million is, please remember that is a national average, depending on costs in your given community and or state. I would say that is based on, again, and I referenced that earlier about, CFO Moore and team beginning to run those models. I would say that 1.7, we would be grateful if it were that. So that is yet to be determined. I think, again, to the advocacy opportunity is to advocate directly to the state that the governor, who has discretion relative to her portion of the CARES Act for education and for districts, be directed to mitigate those costs. Rather than the districts bearing the burden, as well as directing those costs potentially to support and uplift a child care option and expanded network as well. Because we understand, and I wish to put into the room, have received a number of emails from parents who are saying, I need to get back to work. And I absolutely 100% agree with that. And we are working to build that to the best of our ability into our plan, depending on what resource is made available. I think the challenge, Director Bowman, is that they will not hold a budget special session potentially until maybe the end of August, first part of September. That on the 24th, if that special session is held, that they will address COVID. And so we will have a better idea at that point in time how much, if any, resource would come forward. But certainly to our community who is with us this evening, I would encourage their advocacy relative to their individual representative and or senator, state senator, that those dollars be directed to help us with that public health plan, not just here in Tigard-Tualatin, but we're urging the same across the state.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Other questions or comments for me?
Thank you, Dr. Vicki Smith.
Thank you. Our plan then is to have a rough first draft completed internally by the end of June. I have directed and encouraged my staff who have done multiple pivots over the last several months to take a well-deserved break and then be prepared to come back in beginning the week of the 13th of July to start putting the finer details to this plan and prepare for community engagement process.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so, oh, sorry, I jumped one. Director Moore, Program Inventory.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen also with the presentation. Can everyone see that? PowerPoint?
It's not on.
Okay, gotcha. How about now?
We did not see the presentation, but we have your, your D, and it says you're in presentation. So
don't know what that's all about.
David, we can also follow along with you if people have the board book up. If you can't seem to get
try that.
I assume, does everybody have their board book up that they can follow the presentation?
We'll try that. So happy this evening, good evening, Chair Wolf and members of the board. I'm happy this evening to share our update with our program inventory process that we've been working on over the last several months. And this has involved our department leaders, our steering committee for our strategic financial plan, and then most recently by our principals contributing. And so just to provide a brief outline of the presentation, going to share some information about the background of the program inventory and the why behind doing it. And then also share some information about our process and what we learned, and end with next steps for both the team and the board. And with that, we'll move forward with the presentation. Oftentimes, going to the next slide 3 in the presentation, districts have a daunting time of sorting out their initiatives and how they align with the district's strategic priorities. This is just a sample district showing a small sample of a district potential number of priorities and initiatives. And oftentimes in districts, you can see that year after year, the same programs are kept without any stopping to analyze programs. And the elimination process becomes a rare occurrence due to the advocacy that's involved with programs on a year-to-year basis, and sometimes with key departure of advocates, that's when programs are eliminated. On the other hand, districts with AROI capabilities like Tigard-Tualatin can take time to go through a strategic process around evaluating program and making decisions to either expand, keep, segment programs amongst specific student populations and targeting towards those student populations, or reduce a program if the program is not working for all student populations, or perhaps fix a program if something can be changed so it is impacting all student populations, or the other option would be to eliminate based on ineffective cost-ineffective program and a program that's not making effective use of the district's dollars as far as impacting students. So many of you have probably seen a matrix like this, and it's called a cost impact matrix. So the horizontal axis shows cost moving from low to high cost, and then the vertical axis is showing impact going from low impact to high impact. And a matrix like this brings together quantitative data in addition to management perspective on determining where to rank specific programs, whether on the top left-hand quadrant, is it a high impact program with low cost that perhaps could be scaled up, or down on the bottom right, is it a low impact program that costs a lot of money? Does it make sense to either change or fix that program or sunset it? So to give a little bit of an overview of what the process looked like, we've been working on this since last January. So in between all the other requirements, I have to hand it to our department leaders. We started this during the SIA process. We continued it with the COVID outbreak, and marched forward during online learning, distance learning planning, and our principals helped finish it up as they were planning graduations and planning the end of the school year. So great kudos to our leadership team on keeping the pedal to the metal on our process, so we could at least get to the end of the first phase. So the process starts with inputs, and this involves department leaders listing out all the programs that they're responsible for, and also considering what are the measurements for student outcomes and what were those particular measurements related to individual programs. And then a phase that we're heading into is taking each of the initiatives, or at least select few that we prioritize, and mapping how those align with our strategic priorities. So you can see where there's the potential for a particular program to link with multiple priorities, maybe one priority, or even in some cases, maybe no priorities. And the result of the end of a inventory process is to accomplish data-driven decision-making around resource allocation. Again, we had an 8-step process, beginning with that gathering the list of initiatives. Staff received training around gathering the initiatives and beginning the evaluation process. Again, we just finished that process with the survey of principals, and also we're heading into the phase where we're continuing our analysis and finalizing the inventory process. And we're sharing very high level information this evening, but we'll later in the summer, as the team has a chance to continue the evaluation process and the analysis, we'll get the board involved with at least one work session to share some of the specifics of the outcomes and allow the team to get feedback from the board. So that's part of our next steps that we'll address here momentarily. This is some high-level data of the outcome of the inventory to date. In total, our directors listed 127 total initiatives. These came from 8 departments and were categorized into 12 different categories. The cost number total is very preliminary and is still being analyzed, but our first thoughts are the 127 different initiatives total over $31 million. And so you can see that's an average cost of about $250,000. Again, the part of the process that we just completed, we surveyed the 16 different schools. And as far as the number of initiatives, the principals were surveyed, that was 94. So about 3/4 of the total initiatives the principals were surveyed on. This is a breakdown by department of the number of initiatives. Teaching and learning, to no surprise, makes up the largest cost component of the 127 programs, and college and career readiness is the second highest cost number. Some data from the principal survey. Interestingly, we had a fairly high response rate for the 94 programs that they were surveyed on. About 70% of the responses were yes to, is this effort happening in your school? If they did answer yes, there were some follow-up questions on the level of effectiveness. And if they answered no, there was the possibility to weigh in as to whether or not it would be valuable to add to their school. And then for our district specifically, we added a piece that was timely related to if the particular program was being utilized during distance learning, and principals answered yes 43% of the time. And we're going to dig into this data a little more, and then when we do complete that analysis. We'll share more information in detail with the board once we have those work sessions as a next step. The mapping process that I talked about, our mapping process is going to be focused on the priorities that we developed as part of the priorities framework last summer, as part of the reset of the strategic plan. And you can see those are culturally responsive teaching and leadership, social, emotional, mental health, human capital, and then equity, of course. And we'll continue our high level and detailed analysis so that we can answer those questions that we have, those initial first thought questions that we have at this time. Again, we'll use this cost impact matrix, and we'll fold in those survey results to help determine which programs we want to focus on to do this part of the process with. So next steps, I touched a little bit upon those, but we'll do that mapping process. And what I failed to mention at the end, we've had district management group helping us along the way. They started working with us back in January when we went deeper into the process. And some of the questions that came up as we were having our review meeting with district management group was around reviewing the student population groups data. That was one of the elements of the inventory that directors were asked to identify which student population groups is this directed towards. And then again, we'll do that refinement of the cost data and any other aspects of the inventory, that evaluation that need refinement and further analysis. Again, we'll finish that mapping process, and following all of that, we hope to do an update with the board in a work session as early as late August, maybe the fall, to share some of the detailed inventory work in our own analysis. And district management group is still offering to support us along the way as we go through next steps. Again, that's just a high level review. We'd be happy to address questions.
Director Moore, thank you. And I appreciate, I think how districts account for funding by function, right? To do the work, to identify all aspects of costs and attach that to a program. It's been something that I've been interested in a long time, and then to start to assess its value and whether it makes sense for the district is really important work. And so I appreciate the team and all the time that Elizabeth has spent in your group to really put that work together to ensure that we're benefiting students in the most effective and cost-effective way. So, board, do you have any questions for Director Moore at this time? Okay, thank you, David, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to board goals. As I was trying to listen to David, I was also trying to fast forward, given that it's 10 o'clock. And what I wonder if it makes the most sense, for those of you, I think Karen and Sharon, yours might not have been in the packet, but Ben and Jill, mine as well, to just give you all, if it's a minute or something. I think, Ben, you kind of presented yours in a recap mode. And instead of kind of going through the frame that we have. So I'm just going to give you guys, whatever time you need, just as a reflection. Does that make sense? About where we got and maybe things that we're going to consider, where do these goals continue on into next year? Instead of walking through each section line by line for each of us, trying to be time efficient. And with that, do I have any volunteers to start with those clear as mud directions?
I'm happy to give it a shot.
Thanks.
Yeah. As you mentioned, like the format that I used, and I did a version of this last time, was just kind of summarize, and I think it's especially true because there's a lot of our goals that are sort of not applicable or sort of unable to finish because of COVID. So real briefly, I guess actually I'll just pick two issues to highlight that I think are probably the most important. I think setting clear expectations, and particularly the expectation that all students feel safe, welcome, and part of the school community, is the place where I feel like we came up the most short, and where I'm hopeful that we're on the right track now to have made more progress by the end of next year, and hopefully before the start of this coming school year. But I think, in reflecting on all the different conversations we had with all the different stakeholders, the conversations and comments from students and parents expressing that they or their students, their kids, did not feel safe and welcome at school resonate most strongly with me. And I feel like that's a place where the board needs to set strong leadership for all the employees who work here. So I'll highlight that one. And then the second one is building public will, which this was, as my first year on the board, it's been really interesting because I don't really have anything to compare it to. But what I could compare is the first 6 months of public comment and personal outreach and text messages and calls versus the last 6 months. And it's been a very different story. And I note in my report here that I think some of that is happening across all districts, where generally there are a lot of questions and concerns about not just how districts are making their choices, but how the state has chosen to offer guidance. But I also think that there are certainly some things that are unique to TTSD, where I think public trust has been hurt. And I think it's something that we need to be cognizant of moving forward, because I do think if you look at our, like the best measurement here for me is like, if you look at bonds and if you look at levies, we historically have had really high levels of public support. And I think it's something we should be proud of and work to repair and the year to come. So I'll just stop right there. Those are the two that I think were worthy of highlighting.
So you guys, I will go next. I do think there has been, a pivot. I think of all the work that we did on community engagement, and we started after a year really of building up on what is it that we want to do with equity, and that was through affinity groups and empathy interviews. And as a board then, right, we had to go, we had the opportunity to go through all that information with Zinnia, and then we went into the listening sessions in the fall, right into SSA, and we're on this beautiful $10 million path to make a difference. Everything shifted. And so there has been a turn, and I want to recognize that. I do think the role, and Ben, I will, give you kudos in that lifting up of a student voice when it came to the equity or the anti-racist resolution. The positive thing from that, from my lens as a statewide leader for OSBA, is I had a lot of districts reach out. What are you guys doing? How are you leading? So to spin that, this is really difficult times, and I don't tell anybody that, right, in terms of the national climate, but from a half full perspective, do we have an opportunity to lead and make a difference and pivot this? And so, but that leads to what really needs to happen next year around what does that hate speech look like? What does the ARs look like? And so there's a lot in the state that I think from those that reach out to me across the country or across Oregon that are like, hey, what are you guys doing? We need to step up and do this. So that's kind of my lens. On the assessments, I think, again, there's an opportunity there, in terms of do we have an opportunity to go away from smarter balanced? And, I know that Dr. Ricky Smith is very involved in that, and authentic assessments that whether, they're formative to summative, that are really real time, important to track and learn how our students are doing. So I'm excited about the opportunities that we can explore next year in that area. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, and then again, a lot of the data pieces are kind of on hold. And in terms of community ambassadors, what I will say about our board is we're active. We're out in the community. We're trying to connect. We all end up, tripping over each other at different events across our community, whether that's, in the city of Tigard, city of Tualatin, in the chambers, really trying to represent well. And I think that's a really positive thing, but definitely want to honor the work that's ahead of us for next year. And then, we will obviously over the summer get busy at, what do these look like for the coming year. And so that's my recap. So I'll turn it over. Who's next?
So I'll just say that I think the things that we didn't get to do because of COVID were really a darn shame. I was looking forward to the learning walks that were going to be happening in the spring, and I agree. We seemed like we were really doing a great job with community engagement, and then that everybody retreated to their houses, and that fell by the wayside, and we were slammed with the sense of so many people with so much anxiety regarding, their jobs, their food, their children's education, their childcare, all of these things, their health, that it really shifted the dynamic of all of our work in such a huge way. It's really unfortunate, but it did allow some benefits to come. As we were talking about earlier with our students, and how well the high school staff stepped up to track our high school graduates. So there are some good things that came out that we never expected, and then it's just I feel like so much of what we wanted to do, we got not so much. Some of what we wanted to do got just flipped on its ear. And that's frustrating to me. You can all read the specifics of what things I did and what I think we did and where we fell short. I think for next year, when we set our goals, presumably at our July meeting, that we should have a much fuller conversation about which were the goals that, given our new norm of distance learning and hybrid learning, which of those goals really made sense and which ones we need to modify. And that's gonna be a lengthy conversation, I suspect. That's all.
Okay, Sharon, thanks.
So I stole Ben's format, but thanks, Ben. I was having trouble with kind of filling in the goals for the same reason that Ben mentioned, and that is that we created the goals with certain assumptions, but as everything changed, I was looking more about how in these categories that we developed, we didn't necessarily accomplish the goals in the same way that we'd planned. But if I went through some of these, maybe I'm looking at things, glass full, half full, as opposed to half empty. But I look at like our engagement, learning together as a board. Look at how much we've learned this year. I mean, the learning has been like a fire hose, right? Just from our community members and distance learning and all the data. And so even though we didn't, learn about assessments and everything, we did. I mean, we learned a ton about assessment just by having to switch to distance learning and how important it is and how hard it is to do it remotely. So as far as like setting clear expectations, we have the equity lens set up. So when we had to switch to distance learning, the district used that lens in all of our decisions around distance learning. And so I think that was a positive that as a board, we had that expectation. And also, just looking at, we had talked about doing a student climate survey. Well, we didn't get to that, but isn't it great that instead we ask parents and students, our affinity groups, about their distance learning experience? So I felt like we set the expectations, but the district had to pivot, what that looked like under the circumstances. And same with conditions of success. I was thinking, wow, our having just the one-to-one technology put in place just in time for this. I mean, it's incredible planning and the generosity of our community for the bond and the responsiveness for our IT department, again, using the equity lens. And then having a schedule. I've heard feedback from a number of teachers just about the value, and parents about the value of that schedule. I know other districts didn't do that. So I don't know. I kind of shifted that and tried to look at, what we're trying to do as a board for our district, and how the board or how the district used those to apply in new circumstances. So.
Sharon, before Karen, you wrap us up, I really appreciate that because what I want to really acknowledge from Dr. Sue and her team is the leadership during distance learning. And I think I got focused on the form, which of course didn't have, and how are you going to prepare for COVID? How are you going to implement COVID, right? So I just appreciate that reminder of, and the survey didn't happen, but look at all the data collection that did happen where we were. And I need to be reminded of that because I looked at my boxes and I stayed in my boxes. And there's a lot to be commended there. And wow. So thank you for that. And I think I got stuck feeling sorry for myself that we're not getting $10 million to do SIA. And that's unfair to the team who's done amazing work. So I just wanted to say that. And Karen, you can go ahead.
Okay. I did not put it in my comments, but Patty did forward my comments because they did not get included in the packet. So you do have them in your email now. But I was going to say the thing that I didn't put in my oh my gosh. The thing that I didn't put in my document, I was struck by Principal Boyd a little bit earlier, mentioning that we have opportunities to really be transformational. And I feel like that is maybe the biggest thing that we did learn, is that because we were forced to do things differently, it really showed us that we can, and that we should. And so, I mean, like Sharon was saying, it's unexpected learning because we were forced to. I thought was valuable. I did put down in the section about our 5 equity questions, and I do believe that we were addressing those as the goal stated during our SIA process. But I'm realizing that they're going to be even more crucial to be asking when we make the budget adjustments that are inevitably coming. And so I appreciate that we have that framework to turn to so that we can make those tough decisions. Back to the, assessments. That kind of similar there, that we're going to be able to be transformational with the assessments. I mean, if we didn't even offer SBAC this year, I don't know that we will, if ODE will decide to offer it next year or not, but no matter what, we still need to be figuring out ways to do assessments that make sense and that are effective. And so the opportunity to explore other options, I'm excited about that. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to share.
Chair Wolf, if I might, relative to the assessment question, we have confirmation from the state in the guidance that SBAC will be administered next year in math and reading, that the 8th grade science assessment will also be administered, as well as ALPA 21. What we are waiting to hear is relative to the PSAT and whether state funding will be made available to continue that process. As well as we will have an opportunity to include the formative and interim data that will be gathered as part of the iReady Math Adoption K-8. And so we will have an opportunity to work with that. Currently also the team is working on ways in which we can get to the DIBELS data and over the year and either when a student is in brick and mortar and or online. So all of that is currently being thought of and planned for.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Reed-Smith. Okay, so what we have important work ahead of us. We'll gather over the summer to dig into that a bit more and what are those goals, given that we're headed into, uncharted territory once again. But this time we're starting the year knowing that things are going to be different, and how do we deliver the best education, the best culture and climate for our students and our staff. So with that, we will move on to the final report and discussion item, which of course is expanding the board. And I just feel that, compelled to say that with the resolution, this seemed so obvious to create this opportunity, and I really did appreciate the honest feedback from the public comment. So the purpose truly of tonight is to really talk about if we would expand it, how do we do that in terms of community conversation? And that's what I was looking for, is how do we still in a virtual world talk about that, go out and get feedback on an interest. So Karen supported me in bringing that as an item to discuss. So when we started to pull back, that we should still have the conversation. So Karen, I will hand it over to you and then just look to the rest of the board to give feedback. A lot of unknowns around what that would look like or when and why. I think I've expressed my why. But anyway, I'll hand it over to you guys.
Okay, I'd be happy to, because especially because of the public comment around this, I really gave it even more thought. And so I have come up with some comments that I would like to share. So I've heard 4 messages from our students recently that have been loud and clear. Diversify the board and staff, develop a hate speech policy, adopt a K-12 social studies curriculum that explores all of our nation's and world's history, not just the version of history that's been rewritten by those in charge, and prioritize our budget spending to promote equitable outcomes for all of our students and to make sure that all of our students are seen, valued, and heard by implementing anti-racist training for both staff and students. And there's also been a cry for, why isn't this work already done? Why is it taking so long? As part of the urgency expressed both verbally and embedded in the anti-racist board resolution adopted on June 8th, I believe that if we created a public application and interview process that added 2 people to our board very soon, people who are willing and passionate about doing all of this upcoming work, that we would accomplish that work sooner and with more diverse voices that better reflect our community as requested. Adding 2 ardent voices to the board table now would help us create the hate speech policy this summer, a Ready Schools Safe Learners Plan this summer, help us make inevitable 2020-21 budget adjustments once the updated state economic forecast is released, help develop the budget priorities for 2021-22 next May, which is also projected to be negatively impacted by our current economic situation, and to adopt a much-needed social studies curriculum that tells the complete and accurate version of our shared story. All of this work will require community input sessions in addition to all of the existing and annual work of the board, and all of this work needs to happen before July 1, 2021, when newly elected board members would take office. Given that anyone appointed to a board position prior to May 2021 would have to be elected in the May 2021 election, in order to continue on past June 30, I felt that this approach, excuse me, I felt that this approach struck an immediate balance between diversification and maintaining the requirement that elected officials be elected by the community. I wanted the board to discuss this possibility this evening and to offer changes or other options to achieve these goals.
Thanks, Karen. And what I will say is my understanding, because I did check with OSBA, and I know once it published this that there's been that it's not clear, is my understanding. And so I appreciate that if I was pushing the envelope as some of the public comment was trying to understand. So anyway, so I just wanted to get that out. Yes, we absolutely, it's clear in statute, can expand the board. And that's partly why I added the data as part of the packet, that except for one other district that's 10K and above, they're all 7. And so that's where I was looking to, would that make sense for us, and included that. So I'll quit adding my little commentaries and maybe you guys, Sharon, Ben, or Bill.
When are you? Do you want to go? Looks like you were going to push. Anyway, I'll go. I was asked to consider this with the first resolution. I was kind of thinking through, and one of the things that I've been thinking about for some time is, are there current barriers to people, marginalized communities running for school board positions? And I think we might want to take a look at that. Let me give you some examples. We currently, it's not necessary, but you kind of need a laptop to be on the board. You need email, you need technology, and I know we can get paper documents and whatnot, but that might be a barrier for somebody running, right? If they don't have all the technology and setup and whatnot. I actually had to buy a laptop to do this job. So because my old one wasn't capable. So that's something to think about. Other things might be, how many hours how hard this board works. And it's really not, Director Bowman probably knows this, for somebody working full time, it's difficult to fit it all in, right? And culturally, good or bad, I don't know. I like to think good, that we dig deep as a board. But someone new coming on, would they feel comfortable only spending 5 to 10 hours a week, which is still a lot for someone who works outside the home, or somebody who stays home too and takes care of kids and everything else. Anyway, I just want us to look a little bit differently too about maybe things that are barriers to people running. And fundraising is an issue too. I didn't raise money intentionally, but I paid for my signs. A nice sign company gave me a really good discount, which was awesome, but that would be a barrier too. So I just wanted to think, I'm not necessarily, I don't have a position yet on 5 versus 7. I welcome community input, all the public comment were all great thoughts. I really appreciate all the public comment. I don't really have a position one way or the other, but I just want to look at it a little bit different as well, not just the positions, but what might be the barriers for somebody running, or perceived barriers even, real or perceived.
I'll jump in because I think that's actually a good segue to where my brain's been. I think I too am, I actually think there could be some value in expanding to a 7-member board. I see some potential value there. I think to me, the question we have to ask is, what goal are we trying to achieve, and does that policy change do it? And I think we also look at what has happened in other districts. So some of you might remember what happened in Salem-Keizer School District in the last school board election. But there was a diverse field of candidates who ran from many different racial and ethnic backgrounds. But because of the way they structured those elections, according to some proponents who actually changed state law because of what happened there, those candidates didn't win the elections. So what I fear is, what happens if we expand, become a 7-member board, and then at the end of the next election cycle, it's 2 additional white folks and white folks from privileged backgrounds even. Just adding the 2 seats doesn't address the structural problems, some of which Director Fox was speaking about previously, that I think have to go hand in hand with an expansion in board size. I think, some of the public comments mentioned this. I think, I guess, are our neighborhoods predictive of who lives in them by demographics? And I don't know the answer to that. And we'd probably have to consult a demographer to figure out how that would look and what the districts would look like. But as you know, redistricting is a very political process in and of itself that I can only imagine what that would bring out. So yeah, I definitely, the place where I'm at is I see value in a 7-member board, but I want to make sure that we've addressed some of the root cause issues before we expand there, so we're not actually making the problem worse and further alienating underserved communities.
Yeah. So, Jill, before you go, I can't help myself. I mean, Ben's right. On the research, this is part of the problem too. I was just reading this from Chalkbeat about Oregon wasn't one of the states they really analyzed, but the mismatch on school board votes, right? That if there's a disconnect between educators of color and students, the mismatch between board members and students is by far greater. And one of the challenges, which is true for us, is when you have this off-season election, then it even exacerbates the issue further. And for example, right, when 2017, when Karen and Sharon and I ran, the most votes were 18%. And then when you ran, right, your position got the most votes, but that was still 19% of your total population. And this is Washington County. I didn't throw in the 300 from Clackamas. No disrespect to Clackamas. So it's a problem, and so there's a lot to talk. So again, I apologize for my zeal and we should do this, but I think there's a lot of important discussions and opportunities to have. And so Jill, you can close.
So I want to reiterate what Karen was saying about there are actually lots of good reasons to do this fast, to get that voice on the board as quickly as possible for the work that we've got ahead of us. But I also heard loud and clear the democratic process, and I totally agree with that as well. Overall, I think I'm really of 2 minds about going to a 7-person board, and I think that I've heard that from enough other people that it really is worth having a bigger conversation with our community to hash out the details of it. Because I was on the board in 2010 when Art Rutkin resigned, and we had a vacancy, and we appointed. I was very proud of the fact I was part of the board that appointed Manny Trujillo, who was the first Latinx school board member in Tigard-Tualatin history, to the board, because we wanted to get that voice. And it was a wonderful thing for the year or so that he was on the board. We had parents, Latinx parents, coming to our board meetings and addressing us in Spanish, and we were the ones listening to the translations. And it was an extraordinarily empowering thing for that community to see somebody look like them on the board, and I totally saw the value of that. I was disheartened when the election came around and he was not elected. And now in my tenure on the board, I have seen 2 people of color run for the board, and neither one of them has won. And so I am at once cautious about that, and at the same time, I'm cautiously optimistic, because what I heard from the community members who made public comment this evening was that they want to have the opportunity to elect a diverse school board. And so I want to believe that they're going to do that, but it is in their hands. It's not in our hands. We've tried and we haven't succeeded. So it is in the public's hands. And I think, I can't remember now, for the Sharon and Karen said, we need to really work on removing those barriers. And I know other board members have encouraged um, people from diverse backgrounds to run for board in the past. I certainly have. The final thing I want to say is that with regards to the frustrations I heard from so many students about why hasn't this work been completed, is that the work of equity is never done. It is a journey. We're never going to get to the point where we've said, there, we've done it. It's always going to be a process. And hopefully it's a speedy process, but there's always going to be work done. And I know that's a really hard thing for somebody who's 16, 17, 18 years old to hear, but it's the reality of the world, is that there's always room to be better and more work to be done. So that's, I think further discussion of the 7-member board is appropriate. Excuse me, is appropriate.
Yeah, so I think that, again, that's a summer conversation, not about acting, but seeking out information and what are we trying to accomplish if we, look to expand the board. But thank you all for your feedback. I greatly appreciate that. We will close report and discussions, and we will move to action items and Director Robson, CTE internships.
Excuse me, Chair Wolf, I need to make a motion to extend the meeting until 11.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded. Thank you for being our timekeeper, Director Emerson. Motion was made and seconded to extend the meeting until 11 o'clock. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Yeah, thanks. Opposed? No, motion carries. Okay, go ahead, Todd.
All right. Board Chair Wolf, members of the board, good to see everybody. We just will, due to the time, and I know we've just extended, but we'll keep things moving along for sure. And when I say we, I want to just also bring into the picture Michael Stead, who is our college and career TOSA. He has done a lot of work on this CTE new course proposal action item tonight, and so he'll be sitting alongside me virtually to share some things around these proposals. So anyway, with that, I just wanted to open up and let you know again that based on a need and looking to expand and really develop our CTE offerings, even in these crazy times, with forward thinking in terms of our goals to provide students with internship opportunities and earning of credit. Alongside that, these proposals have come to the table. So I know you've seen those. I do want to turn it over to Michael at this point, who can share a little bit about the work he's done alongside our CTE teachers and share a little bit about these proposals. Michael.
Thanks, Todd. Hey, everybody. Hi. So with these proposals, these are trying to align us to changes that are coming for CTE funding starting next year. We're moving into Perkins 5, which is a change in the federal program in the way that we count how we look at advanced CTE credit. And the move from the federal government is that we need to move to have work-based learning be at the center of what we do for CTE. And so when we went through and we're looking at our programs this year, and when I say we, I mean Amber Fields, Chris Llewellyn, and I, when we're going through and looking at those programs, and then talking with staff, there's a lot of differences depending on program. And so we were trying to find some kind of opportunity, and in talking to teachers and students, there were a lot of students that were already out working in the community doing the thing that they're training to do in the school. And there's no way for them to account for that in our current model. So for example, we have a bunch of automotive students that are working in auto shops, right? But ironically can't get credit for that work. And so we're trying to close that loophole with this proposal. In looking at the proposal, we wanted to align it to allow it to be something that we could issue CTE credit for, which means that there was some work that had to go in there in terms of how we would build that. And then I reached out to a few other districts that have course proposal or courses like these on the books where they're running them, and in aligning that with what we're currently doing with our CE2 programs as well, landed at the proposal that that you had put in front of you. And we wrote those proposals so that every single CTE program that's currently in the district would have a proposal come online. The only exception to that is the education programs, and that's because those already have a internship like on the books through their practicum. So otherwise, all of the others did not have an equivalent.
Right. So I think with that, questions.
I have one quick question, and that is all of these internships. I presume, but I just want to make sure, that a teacher would review a student's choice of an internship to make sure that it is, in fact, appropriate, that we're not, say, giving somebody automotive credit because they're pumping gas.
Yes. So how these are going to work is there's a requirement on the staff member that there's 3 meetings that happen with a student for the internship. So the first meeting is that setup, right, where the student has to find someone in the community that's willing to be their mentor through the internship, ideally like their supervisor, right? And the 3 of them sit down either in a virtual space like this or, you know, in an ideal world, together and set up a learning agreement for the student, and that is tied to the core goals of the CTE program in terms of how the student will be evaluated. And they'll do a midterm evaluation of those goals and a post-evaluation of those. At this time, those internships we see rolling out initially as being student-generated, right? So the student comes to the teacher, says, I have a job lined up here. Would this work? And then moving forward. But, you know, in the long term, I think the vision for the district would be, how do we expand this to be something that we can open up for more students over time? But under the circumstances, that's how we roll.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Michael, thank you. Thanks for jumping back on late on a Monday evening, but I think it's a great opportunity to include these course options. So I'll entertain a motion.
I move that the Tigard-Tualatin School Board approves the following new courses at both Tigard and Tualatin High Schools. See list above as presented.
Do I have a second?
I hope that was helpful.
Read them all.
I was actually realizing, like, oh, I've just nominated myself to do another kind of reading.
Yeah, so I think that will work. All right, any further discussion? Okay, I'll start down roll call. Director Bowman.
Aye.
Okay. Director Emerson.
Aye.
Director Fox.
Aye.
Director Zerchme.
Aye.
And then I am an aye as well. And great, really exciting for our students. So thank you all very, very much. So then we will continue with the adopting of the budget. Director Moore. David, you're on mute still.
There's always one.
It's late.
Maureen, did you see the message from David? His mic's not working. So maybe we should skip him for now and move on to the next.
Well, why don't we jump down to Tracy then, because I think David's the next 3. So Director Rose, are you good to go?
Yes, I am. I am here to represent the 2020-2021 calendar. As included in your board packet, we took the direction and advice from the last time we proposed this to you, the 2 options that we proposed on May 4th. After reviewing the requirements, as Dr. Ricky Smith presented earlier, relative to the Ready Schools plan and guidance, and the work that we have in front of us, we recognize there's zero chance we will be starting the calendar any earlier than the regularly proposed post-Labor Day date. We also, as mentioned in the memo that I provided, recognize that we'll need to be fluid and flexible around conference days, depending on what we end up navigating relative to COVID-19, along with consideration of traditional emergency closure days. Will definitely be reimagined in business as usual relative to weather-related or other closures, but also recognize not being able to recognize what that's going to look like for us over the next school year. We are presenting this evening for you the option B calendar that was approved, majority approved by the staff. And of the two, again, it was a matter of whether or not we do conferences earlier in the year, in the fall or later in the fall. And at this point, until we know exactly what our schedule is going to look like, we won't even know for sure if those are going to be officially solid in the calendar. So for now, we're asking to go with the calendar that we proposed, and we will make adjustments as we head into the year.
Okay, board, any questions?
One quick question. Go ahead, Ben.
I was just going to ask quickly, were we at 172 instructional days this academic year as well?
I believe so, yes. It was a little different based on level, and a couple of things impacted that. One was we had a delay in opening of Templeton because of the grand opening. But yes, it was 172 averaged out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That is obviously something that comes up, continues to come up, and we will be looking at catching up with the other districts relative to the number of days.
I just wanted to get you to clarify. I realize this is not going to be a normal school year, but I've never passed a calendar before that did not include some mention of weather. And so what I'm trying to figure out is, does this emergency closure makeup plan TBD based on ODE guidance and impact on calendar due to COVID, does that include also a makeup plan due to weather? Could it?
So our recommendation is we stop using weather closures, that it is emergency closures, because we found ourselves like last year at the beginning, having the power outage, things like that. We want to make sure that we're not sticking to weather closures. And then there was the conversation around the contract negotiations in our as we close schools. What is the language in the contracts relative to how our staff work during closure days? That aside, and as we saw in some of the feedback from staff, is why would we even consider having a weather closure again if we know that we can flip the switch and do distance learning? So there's a lot to be considered moving forward. I think that again, if you want to look at it that way, another one of the gifts that we're getting here from this experience is that we've really learned how to do education differently. That may not make some students very happy when the snow starts falling. That doesn't necessarily mean they're sleeping in, but that's for us to have a broader conversation around when we come back to you early in the year as we propose the next year's schedule. But yeah, we will, and I'll let Dr. Ricky Smith also provide any other additional details. But as we look at closures and as we look at if we are indeed missing any other days beyond the specified closure days in this calendar, there will be times when we'll have to go back and have conversations with our associations.
Thank you.
No other questions? I'll entertain a motion. And thank you, Tracy, very much.
I move that the Tigard-Tualatin School District Board of Directors adopt the 2020-21 school year calendar as presented for second reading.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded to approve the calendar as presented. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call. Director Bowman.
Aye.
Emerson.
Aye.
Fox.
Aye.
Searchmead.
Aye.
Wolf is an aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Yeah, and you guys, I know this is going to be weird. We, at the very bottom at the agenda, I actually would like to just roll down to the ESD approval. That is page 180, and we need to adopt that as our person. I assume Christine's not running against anybody. She's the motion brought forward. She's been on Gaston's board for a while, and as well as serving on the ESD. I know a lot of you know Christine through OSBA networking opportunities. I support her nomination. Do you guys want to discuss it or jump to a motion? I'll take a motion.
I move to endorse. I move to endorse Christine A. Riley to serve a 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2020 on the Northwest Regional ESD Board representing Zone 1, which is Gaston, Sherwood, and Tigard-Tualatin School Districts as presented.
A second.
Motion was made and seconded to endorse Christine A. Riley to serve 4-year term on the ESD. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call. Director Bowman.
Aye.
Director Emerson.
Aye.
Director Fox.
Aye.
Director Searchmead.
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. Motion carries. Okay, with that, we will jump back up. Oh, Director Moore, you look like you're live. Is that okay? Great. Let's jump back up to Director Moore has 3 items, I believe. So we're going to go back to adopt the budget, item B.
Can you guys hear me now? Is that a?
That's a yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I was moved to my materials. So this evening, we're asking the board to consider adoption of Resolution 1920-21, which is adoption of the budget, and it's a 3-parter. The resolution indicates adopting a budget, a total budget of just north of $438 million, and also makes the appropriation in each of the 8 fund types. And this sets the legally required appropriation levels that we can spend up to. And finally, also imposes and categorizes the taxes, including our permanent tax rate levy, the local option levy, and an actual dollar amount for the voter approved general obligation debt. And just wanted to recap, going back to the budget approval by the budget committee. We submitted a proposed budget based on our current service level and on the expenditure side or appropriation side, and then the $9 billion level for the state school fund assumption. And then, as Dr. Riki Smith said earlier in her presentation, it likely will be sometime in late August, early September before the legislature convenes on any revenue and reallocation decisions. So what we've been doing internally is, as we consider different scenarios and different staffing and personnel decisions and spending decisions, we're keeping at the forefront spending prioritized for equity and social emotional learning. And this will be a little tricky to do in that we're expecting likely we may not receive any of the SIA dollars. Instead, the CAT tax will potentially be used as a backfill in the general fund to get to the higher level of state school fund funding. So, but we're still moving forward the best we can with prioritizing at least at category 1 that we went over with the community work group when we reconvened the SIA, at least to category 1, that level of prioritization. So I'm going to stop there and pause and see if there's any specific questions related to that approach or anything else related to the budget.
I mean, so David, just to recap, I mean, we've been through this with the budget committee. We still don't have clarity on specifics until that comes through. So it seems, for me, we move forward. I do want to acknowledge the public comment around SROs and our action, as Dr. Ricky Smith has already acknowledged, to go through the process of understanding the role. So I appreciate the comment, but I think that process will help us then understand how we're moving forward too. So, board member, yeah, go ahead.
Can I just clarify on that too? If that process does yield some sort of change in TTSD SRO approach, whether it be removing SROs or replacing SROs or whatever, we would absolutely still have the flexibility to make that change as quickly as we would like to in partnership with our city partners, right? I mean, adopting the budget line item doesn't sort of, commit us to a future action. Is that correct?
No, there's a contract we sign with them, and it's usually after the year starts. So when they have somebody assigned, then we know our financial obligation at that point.
But we wouldn't be obligated any further. The group could make the decision that going forward we weren't going to, and we would have to pay out the remainder of the contract, but we would be able to change it for the upcoming year, correct?
Yeah, I think it would depend on, since it's a collaborative process with the cities, and there's going to be involvement from both the city and the district side, whatever the outcome is, we're all going to have to live with. And this is the first time any question about SROs have come up, so I don't know how we would proceed and what the, again, we haven't signed anything going forward in the next year, so. We haven't committed to anything.
Anything at this point. Okay. Thank you for that, Director Moore. Okay, thank you, Ben, for your question. Any further questions? All right, then I will take a motion, and I believe the actual motion is succinct. It's just approving the resolution.
I move that resolution number 1920-21 is adopted as submitted.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded to adopt the resolution as presented. Any further discussion?
I do want to make one comment here, and it's just to express some disappointment that the pay to play fee issue, extracurricular activity fee issue. I think the students did an excellent job of making a case. It was selected as a top priority for every stakeholder group. We didn't find room for it in the SIA, and then we also didn't find room for it in this budget. And I'm still going to vote in favor of the budget because we have to move forward with the timeline. But I still, COVID, economic recession, don't care. I really do want to make progress on that issue moving forward. Appreciate everyone else's partnership as we try to do that.
Ben, thank you for that. And the one thing, Director Moore, on it's a small step, but I know that Elizabeth, when we were working as a committee, hoped that the online system, I guess I would still like to pursue that too, in terms of having an easier system. It makes me think of Abdi's story for them to sign up and maybe look at in terms of some assistance to try to just smooth that process, right, as they sign up. And so they're not caught in that back and forth of having to deal with paperwork. That seems like we should do better to make that very seamless for students who aren't unable to pay. So I guess that doesn't solve the problem, Ben, right? But that seemed like something that we could take care of. Does that make sense, Dr. Moore? on the online system. Yeah. Okay. But thank you, Ben, for acknowledging that. Okay. Roll call again. Director Bowman.
Aye.
Director Emerson.
Aye.
Director Fox.
Aye.
Director Zertsmead.
Aye.
And Director Wolf is an aye. Okay. Director Moore, you are still on tap, and we are at the strategic financial plan. And not to hurry you along, Director Moore, but I think that board members had an opportunity to meet with you to walk through that in detail. So I hope that board members had their questions answered at that time.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask, with that introduction, Chair Wolf, I'm going to ask that the board consider one modification, and if there's any others that have come up, since this is, we normally do this as first and second read, and we're doing it in one read and one approval all at the same time. We had actually Chair Wolf pointed this out, but I think she pointed out it's on page 127 of your board workbook under the investment for on-track coordinators for the current or for the proposed investment in 2021. There's 480,000 reported as an investment for next year, but then in the description it says 0 FTE, and for some reason the 4 got dropped off. It's actually 4.0 FTE, so we'll make that adjustment along with any others, if you have any others at this time, and ask you to mention that as a modification in the motion. Other than that, I'm going to keep my comments brief.
Okay. Any other comments, you guys? Okay, I'll just take a motion.
I move to adopt the Tigard-Tualatin School District Strategic Financial Plan dated June 22, 2020 as corrected.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded to adopt the strategic financial plan as corrected. Further discussion? And I just want to say thank you, David. It's a great report to have, and I appreciate the whole team's work they do to put it together. Okay. Director Bowman. Director Emerson.
Aye.
Director Fox.
Aye.
Director Zertsmead.
Aye.
And I am an aye. Very good. And then I think the last item, Director Moore, is yours as well, which is the workman's comp insurance, item D.
Yep. Property and liability and workman's comp insurance, we asked the board to approve on an annual basis with the level of dollars expended for each of those policies. We're seeing about a 17% increase for our property and liability, and that's due to no fault of our own, but more about the nationwide insurance market and with some of the natural disaster property losses and losses related to jury awards and sexual abuse and molestation cases. And on the workers' comp side, we'll see a little bit of an increase too. Also, there is good news on the horizon because the loss experience modification to determine incremental factors in the insurance policy from year to year are based on a 3-year average. After next year, we have a bad year coming off and a much better year coming on in that 3-year average. And the other thing I just encourage you to do, if you haven't done so already, is read the policy changes. So some of those are going to be pretty critical to us, if not all of them, otherwise I wouldn't have listed there, including the fact that communicable diseases are excluded from the policy, including COVID-19.
So, Director Moore, that's part of the advocacy on the special session, correct? Correct. With limited liability, yeah, okay. Okay, any questions, board members?
I don't have a question, but I do want to also highlight number 2, right under the COVID, that the SAM coverage is excluded for any suit or claim when any administrator or official, trustee, director, officer, or board member who is responsible for an official capacity to prevent or report sexual misconduct fails to report it. In other words, now that we are all mandatory reporters, if we fail to report sexual, now I can't remember, assault or
misconduct,
that PACE will not pay out the claim if we fail to report it. So I just want to make sure board members see that, because that really has an impact on us. And I put in a phone call today to PACE. They got back to me very late in the day, because one of my concerns was, as board members, we're in a very unique position. Oh, I can't believe I just said very unique. Anyway, we are in a unique position because we deal with students often as volunteers and as board members. And we don't have this mandatory reporting rule as volunteers, but we do as board members. So I checked with PACE, and they said that because you're doing both, your work as a board member supersedes. And so anytime we are volunteering with students in any capacity, we are held to that same standard as a board member, not as a volunteer. And so I want us all to be mindful when we're working with students, that the rules that that the district has for the protocols we have in place for volunteers about not meeting one-on-one with students, or not meeting with students without another adult present, is really crucial for us, because we could be in a situation where if we're there without another adult who can be interviewed for a possible SAM case, we are exposing ourselves in all kinds of ways and exposing the district that we could be part of a claim and we didn't report it because we didn't know that it was even going on, because we didn't notice it, right? So we need to be very careful that there's always 2 adults anytime we're meeting with students, is basically the long and the short of it. Anyway, just wanted to let you all know that.
Thank you, Jill. I'll take a motion.
I move to approve PACE for property and casualty coverage and SAFE for workers' compensation coverage for the fiscal year 2020-21 as presented.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded to approve the PACE property and casual coverage and SAFE. Further discussion? Okay, roll call. Director Bowman?
Aye.
Director Emerson?
Aye.
Director Fox?
Aye.
Director Zertsme?
Aye.
And Director Wolf is an aye. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all for hanging in there, and have a good rest of your evening. Goodbye.
Good night. Good night.